music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly get caught in the fake. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Machine Pun Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Welcome to the Pun Show. I'm running myself ragged right now, but trying to get something done here on Blue Sky. I got myself all turned in circles. So if you'll just give me a second. Sorry about this. I'm usually less professional than this. Less professional. Okay. I can usually speak English too. So anyway, hope everybody is doing fine. Hope your day is going well. I turned on the TV this morning for a few minutes, and the Tangerine Dream was droning on and on about how Greenland or whatever. And so I took about 5 years off of my life in 5 seconds. So I just turned that crap off, and I don't know what happening to it. But, you know, I was thinking about it, and the whole Greenland thing to me, here's what doesn't make sense. He needs a 2/3 Senate. Like, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the Constitution says, yeah, you need a 2/3 consent by the Senate to ratify treaties. So why people are acting like this is something he can do all by himself is sort of insane. And I mean, there are times when the Democrats have been a little too, or a lot too, soft on Trump, but let's be realistic here. I mean, like, genuinely, let's be realistic. You're not going to get half the Democrats in the Senate to approve of this weird Greenland thing. Yeah, I don't even know if you get all the Republicans on board, but it's kind of hard to find the Republicans having a spine to get anything anymore. Like, they are just a bunch of gutless lemmings at this point. But so anyway, that's all I wanted to say about that. I put together this dashboard, and on today's topic, I've been trying to figure out a good way to do this. Honestly, I want to be able to share what I'm looking at, and I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do it. It's not everything seems to like have a downside. And so I created this artifact today, and I'll share with you the latest copy I can. But if I can, I don't even know what to do about this. All right. I can't even stare at that. I'm going to try and you know what I'm going to do? I'll try and figure out how to put a link to this that you can download it or something. Hey, Mac Truck 6666, how are you doing? Got a Twitch watcher watching. So actually, I got 2 Twitchers on. So good to see you. we're not overwhelmed by the YouTube vertical stream yet. So thanks for following me. This is, I think, my third stream from Twitch, and I'm all the way up to 8 followers. Yay! So thanks for joining. Anyway, I want to talk today about immigration, and it's actually quite there is a lot to the whole subject of immigration, and I think that we have just made too much, and I've mentioned this before on the show, that we've made it too much about open borders or closed borders. And it's a very complicated problem that goes back at least 40 years. And there's a lot more to it than whether it should be open or closed or whatever. This just in, Trump's still polling high among working class American pedophiles. That's good to know. I thought I know he's doing really well with the wealthy American pedophiles and even the foreign American pedophiles. I think certain princes have a very high approval rating of him. I won't name them, but anyway, he's got, at least somebody approves of him. So, I wanted to really have a talk about immigration, and on the YouTube stream, I put the link to StreamYard. If you want to come on the show and talk about something, then that's fine. I've got the link in there. I just ask that you do a couple of things. Is one, just be respectful, and B, not swear, and 3, just adhere to reality, honest facts. If you say something that I don't think is true, we just do a fact check on it and find it out. Or if I say something you don't know is true, then we do a fact check on it and find it out. And we just keep the, debate based on facts. I'm not against learning things. So if you have something to teach me, I'm open to do that. But it's not like I don't know anything. And so, sometimes people say things that I know isn't true, and then I get, accused of dismissing it. But if you want to come on and actually have a real conversation, we can do it, in a fair and even-handed way, where I'll give you 3 minutes to speak, and then I'll tell you exactly what you said to make sure that you know that I heard you say it, and then I will say it back to you. It's it's called reflection. It's a marriage counseling thing that basically worked for my marriage. So, I don't know what all this is. Okay. I don't know what I don't even know what I'm spreading yet there, Mr. Vernon. So I do want to keep this on topic though, just the immigration thing, and we can talk about everything. Will have its time. I want to go through things chronologically. And I think that, at least in contemporary terms, we have to go back to Ronald Reagan. The topic, thanks for asking, Renner, is immigration. And what I want to talk about is what is the immigration problem? Why do we have an immigration problem? What's the reality of the immigration numbers under Trump, under Biden, period? How many? And what is what's the difference between a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant and an asylum seeker and a refugee? Sometimes people muddle those things all together. There's more than one type of immigrant. All asylum seekers bad? Are they all just trying to circumvent the system? What is the system? So I want to go through and really actually have a thorough, in-depth, nuanced discussion about immigration, and try to get past just the talking points, like open borders or closed borders, because we've never had really either open borders or closed borders. We've just had slight changes in policies regarding asylum, but there is it is a very long and involved project. And I want to point out this. Mac Truck says immigration problem is largely caused by world instability, and that's true. This is another aspect that we can get into when you're talking about like migration, especially when you're talking about the kind of migration that forces that is poor countries to wealthy countries. There's two things that you have to consider. One is the push factors and one is the pull factors. All right. When you talk about the push factors means the things that are pushing people out. And the pull factors are things that are drawing people in. So what is causing people to want to leave? Like, people don't just, pack up their bags and walk across half a continent because they want a better life. No, they want to breathe air. They want to actually have a life. So what's happening in South America and Latin America that's making people want to leave? What is and why are those things happening in South America too? And what can we do to change the push factor so that people don't want to leave? And what have we done to change the push factors that makes people want to leave? All of this is like interconnected, and you can't just sit there and just say close borders and make everything go away, or open borders and then blame everything on Biden. This is a problem that is bigger than Trump, bigger than Biden, and it goes back at least 40 years. And so I've gone back and I've looked at the last 40 years of American history. I've got other shows that I did on Latin American history that show how the push factors have changed over time and how we personally helped create a lot of those push factors that are causing people to leave. A lot of the instability that is in South America right now and in Central America right now is because of things we did. So, sup, Uncle? No. Okay. That's important, knowing the difference. When Trump was elected in 2016, he kept talking about the caravan of Mexicans, how Mexicans were invading the border when he was talking about asylum seekers. Yeah. Asylum, like, and asylum, there's some really interesting stuff about asylum, which we'll get into. I think this is actually going to take like 2 days to go over it and everything, but I'm going to go ahead. I'll open up the dashboard. Actually, let's just Caucasian migration. That's okay with Trump. Where he's willing to accept asylum as long as you're a persecuted South African white farmer. And when they say farmers, they don't mean Farmer Joe. They mean like plantation owners. I think he was being facetious when he said they were not Mexican. They were Central Americans. I think that they were being facetious. That Trump was saying that. And, like the whole caravan thing and invasion and all of those words were just to provoke emotion instead of thought. The world is stolen and governed by white supremacy. As of mid-January 2026, Donald Trump's popularity in the U.S. shows mixed signals, with recent polls indicating his approval rating hovering around the low 40s, but with disapproval in the high 50s. Yeah, and I think some of them he's even in the high 30s. Like I think I saw one 37%. No to I don't know what you mean by no to illegality. I will say this, that just saying something is legal or illegal as like the beginning and end point of a conversation is how we keep things, how we kept. That's the same argument that people were making to defend segregation and Jim Crow laws. And, like a lot of laws, a lot of things have been illegal. A lot of laws, a lot of legal things have been immoral. That's what I'm trying to say. Just being the law does not make it right. And so we can argue to change the laws. Trump's Gestapo is running back, and yeah, and this is like, why is ICE in Minneapolis? Like, of all places, I don't think of Minneapolis as being like the cornerstone of illegal immigrants. Like, are they getting Canadians? That's the only border up there. And as much as he likes to yell and scream and holler and stamp his feet about Somalia, the Somalis there are mostly either citizens or they're legally. Illegal is the new N word. Yeah, I agree. I don't think illegal should be a noun. It's an adjective. We never had an open border policy, but the laws were ignored and not enforced. What laws do you think weren't enforced, Ed? What laws do you think were ignored? And what did Trump put an end to? Like, specifically, I would love to hear what laws you think, what laws you are saying weren't enforced. Because I'm not aware of any. I am aware now of laws that aren't being enforced now regarding asylum, and that is actually what happened. That's why we have such a reduction in crossings, is because asylum is no longer being allowed. But that's actually a law. What happened is Joe Biden was enforcing the law and following the law, and then Donald Trump stopped following the law and started ignoring the law. Trump is insane. Stop pretending he's not. I don't know if insane is the right word. I mean, he is insane, but he's also demented, and he's also dumb. Okay, just getting rid of this. Just hang on. I'm trying to just no time or patience for people that are just in here to disrupt. There are people here that would like to have an honest conversation. If you're not one of them, then you don't have to be here. Oh, yeah. Can you get rid of? Yeah, that's who I was getting rid of. What did we do to those countries? Whoever keeps saying we are white supremacists, good luck. Okay, so what did we do to these countries? We've prompted regime change in those countries 46 times since 1906. So about every 2 or 3 years, we've decided to just come along and overthrow some country down there. And right on schedule, Donald Trump just decided that he's the president of Venezuela. That's what we've done, is we keep supporting coups, installing despots, and supporting anybody that doesn't support American interests. Has nothing to do with communism or socialism or anything like that. It doesn't or democracy. It just has to do with 100% who supports American interests. And I talked about this yesterday. I can just briefly recap it again. The prime example is the Dulles brothers and Guatemala. The United Fruit Company was responsible for, back in the 50s, literally owned over half the country, including all the roads and the utility companies and all of that. And they had more control over Guatemala than the actual government of Guatemala. And then Democratic Socialist won, not a communist. won at a free and fair election. The United Fruit Company had on its board two of the main stockholders were the Dulles brothers, who were the director of the CIA and the Secretary of State at the time. And the John Dulles, the Secretary of State, was the one who came up with the whole domino theory. But anyway, he said that they were going to be socialists. So his brother, who is the head of the CIA, sponsored a little coup, a U.S.-led coup, overthrew the Guatemalan government, installed a puppet who was a despot there that created 40 years of chaos, which Guatemala has still not recovered from. So, yeah, that's the kind of things we do there. That's what we did to those countries. I mean, this is history. and it's not like just because it happened 20 years ago does not mean that like time didn't like reset at some point. Hey, Christopher, how are you doing? My guess, thanks for coming back, even though you don't like me, but I appreciate you coming back. My guess is ICE is there because the Somali drama. Whether Somalian is not actually the right term, but Somali drama. I have recently corrected myself on that. That's why I'm saying that. My guess is they're there because the Somali drama, whether they are here illegally or not. Right. And it's there. That is a what's the word I'm looking for? That's the pretext of why they're there. And it's because of this whole Nick Shirley thing and these, alleged daycare centers, which, by the way, have been proven to be perfectly valid in normal daycare centers. And so, they raised up all this stink, and all the people that have already been convicted of fraud are American citizens. Most of them aren't even naturalized American citizens. They're just born American citizens. A lot of them are of Somali descent, but that has nothing to do with anything. But Donald Trump has just decided that because of this, all Somali people are bad, all Somali people are fraudsters, and every blue state in the country is committing fraud, and the Somalis are responsible for everything. So he's got ICE agents going after Somalis in Minnesota that are, but they're citizens, and, trying to make things make sense that come out of Trump's mouth can be an exercise in futility. I believe ICE is in Minneapolis because the Somali daycare fraud YouTube that went viral. Yeah. I mean, it ended up being bogus, but yeah, that's the pretext. Biden let in 22 million illegals. We'll get into the numbers, Ryan. That is not accurate. Biden did not let in 22 million illegals. And, again, like, please, let's just call them illegal immigrants. I don't like using the word illegal. What happens when you start normalizing, dehumanizing language is that it starts to expand. And so, like yesterday, I was talking about this Hmong man who's an American citizen, not an illegal, who is dragged out into the snow in his underwear and a pair of Crocs and his grandson's baby blanket. And that is not a problem because he is an American citizen. That is a problem because he is a human being. And when you start using terms like illegal to define a type of human being, then it starts to make it easy to rationalize anything like killing them without a trial on the open waters, like just bombing them, saying, oh, well, they're cartels. And I even had one guy say, and I kid you not, well, that's what they get for being illegals. Like, they're in international waters. They're not even in this country. So now it's like you start making this shift from illegal, meaning in America illegally, to just being brown. And then you transfer that over to being brown to being a minority. And then that can leads to, well, you're a minority living in America. And so it's okay, even if you're an American citizen, to drag you out into the middle of a Minnesota winter in your underwear. The mistake, people were like, oh, well, mistakes happen. The mistake, if there was one, of getting him confused with another person, that's a mistake at worst or at best. But the dragging him out in his underwear is not a mistake. That's an on purpose, and that's an evil act. You can let him put on his clothes, whether he's here legally or not, or whether you think he's here legally or not. There's nothing wrong with letting him put on a pair of pants and a shirt and a jacket. Open border is a Zionist expansion and takeover scheme. I don't even know what that means. Are you like one of those replacement theory quacks? Malcolm X warned us clearly. So somebody else that's like an expert on Malcolm X. Okay. Zionists are evil. I don't know. Mods. I usually have I recently now I have a friend that has been taking care of some of the mod stuff for me. But she is otherwise occupied today. Economics is not a valid reason for asylum. It's not. And we're going to go into that, and we're going to go over what the valid reasons for asylum are. So we can talk, like, everything is in its time. So that's why I want to emphasize. I'm going through these things chronologically. We're going to start with Ronald Reagan, and we'll go through, something, a recap of each president. But we'll get there. We'll get into the definitions of what qualifies as asylum, what legally is the difference between asylum and being a refugee, and all that stuff. Putting 5 times the federal agents as local police is a recipe for disaster. And I think that, I think that that's the whole other thing is that it's no longer about actually illegal immigration. It's not. ICE is not up there arresting illegal immigrants. They're up there arresting American citizens and detaining American citizens and shooting American citizens in the face. An honest conversation that it was Joe Biden that was following the law. Yes, Joe Biden was following the law. If you want to tell me what laws Joe Biden was not following, then please let me know. But again, we'll get into all of that. We'll get into what happened. Why was there such a surge under Joe Biden? But yes, if there is a law that Joe Biden was breaking, please, put it in the comments there. I will look it up. As far as I know, there was no law he was not following. Most of the people that came in and through Joe Biden, they were either gotaways, which we'll go into why that was the case. But that's not him letting them in. That's people getting away. And the other one, that's why we call them gotaways, right? These are not people Joe Biden let in. He didn't have a turnstile there. And there was a very specific reason that they were able to do this. We'll go into that. And he was also accepting asylum claims, which asylum is a law. So yes, he was following the law. And we'll go into that. Entering the U.S. legally is a federal offense. What's your defense for Joe Biden letting record? We'll go into that. And but using the word letting is leading. Did record high numbers of people enter into the country through when Joe Biden was president? Yes. Does that mean Joe Biden let record high numbers in? No. And we'll go into that. He also deported record high numbers of people. So this guy got another account. Okay. Who is running Venezuela right now? According to Donald Trump is. You know who's not running Venezuela right now? The person who won the election. Everybody didn't want to recognize Maduro because he didn't win the election. When he won the election, they did recognize him. When he didn't win the election, they didn't recognize him. Why isn't Gonzalez the guy that won the election? Why isn't Trump putting him in charge? If this is about, Maduro, why isn't Gonzalez running the country? I don't know what Kranz is, so I don't. I'm imagining that's some sort of insult, but it's kind of like not bothering me because I don't know what a Kranz is. Did y'all see the Don today? No, I turned on the TV, saw him garrulously gobbling like a goose, and turned off the TV. There isn't a politician alive who was involved. Yes, no, there's not. I didn't say there was, did I? But it's not like history hit a reset button. I think the person they put in charge, they installed, was like a despot dictator there for like 40 years. And, there's still ripple effects from that. Like, history does not begin and set around when Donald Trump got president. Can you get rid of Venmo too, Vernon? I do, don't I, Christopher? Even Chris, all right, this is one thing I like, is that there are people that don't agree with me that come back and we can have conversations. And this is like when people come on and they do all this crazy stuff, you're interfering with actual people from both sides that want to have a conversation. So Vernon, please stop or you're going to be banned. Putin said not seizing Ukraine would be a security threat to Russia. Trump said that not seizing Greenland would be a security threat to the U.S. And Donald Trump wants to put Putin on his little peace council, which is like just ironic. That's like putting the Cookie Monster in charge of cookie security. All right. No, the Somali daycares did have kids in them. Here, and I'll so here's okay, what is this the right? So like here's, I'll just so here's a fact check on that. I don't want to get too distracted by this, but just because I get told that I'm just like blowing people off. So here's like fact check what's really happening with the medical viral video. Spurred an avalanche of news coverage, charges from the Trump administration and congressional hearings that appeared to indicate a massive trove of child care fraud was just uncovered in Minnesota. Much of it has been misleading. The video by Nick Shirley posted purports to show various Minneapolis daycares run by Somali Americans are not providing services to children despite receiving public funding. Although the video has already been debunked by investigators, the Trump administration, Republicans, Congress have seized on it. So Nick Shirley basically, I'm just showing you an article. There's more. Nick Shirley went to all these videos, all these places, and either one, he went there when they were closed. Two, they had like the windows the blinds closed and stuff because they're taking care of children. Like this is normal things, and have like the doors locked because, hey, we live in a gun culture, right? Where there's mass shootings that happen, and mass shootings have happened in daycare centers. So yes, they keep the children safe from wackos. And so Nick Shirley's walking around with his thugs wearing face masks and trying to record things. Of course they're not going to let him in. But the Department of like Minnesota has, you know, like a regular visits of all these daycare centers and do regular inspections. They had inspected all of these places except for one that he cited. The one he cited was actually officially not in business anymore, and all the rest were still functioning and actually, you know, had all been inspected within the last 6 months, which is they're supposed to be inspected every 6 months. And every single one of them had passed their inspection. And, you know, like some of them had, you know, like maybe 20 flaws, but on a checklist of 400. So they all had like passing grades and within the realm of normal. There were other frauds that were heavily involved, where Somali people were heavily involved, but those had already been prosecuted and convicted. The whole Nick Shirley video, there has not been one single actual charge that has come out of that. And every single daycare center that he allegedly exposed has ended up being, you know, refuted. So, I mean, you can look that up. I know that you don't want to, but you could actually do that. Sorry. Got another person. Jesus, dude. Control your chat. I'm trying. I don't know what to do because I don't want to like ban people that disagree with me, but some of these people are just, can I be a mod? Oh my goodness. If Patsy were here, she would be telling me, I told you so. Biden didn't follow the law. Yes, okay. Again, Kathy, you can feel free to tell me what law he didn't follow. And why are you saying these people are not vetted the correct way? What do you mean by that? What is the correct way to be vetted that they weren't vetted? Why are our laws not respected? Do you know what anyway, we'll get to all of that in a bit. I've got all, this is why I'm saying we need to have the conversations. Okay, so let's just go ahead and, okay, dude, stop just creating the, like, you're just ruining it for everybody. There's illegal immigrants in the United States and they are illegal. Yes. There are also legal asylum seekers. I don't know what you think this has to do with illegal immigrants. I don't know what I'm changing the definitions of. What definition have I changed? Honestly. What have I changed the definition of? Okay. Yeah, this I need to figure out a way to like have people that like just come on here and just okay. So Baser guy I just banned, but this is like his 7th account that he's created to come and keep screaming that. Left killed Renee Good. Okay. We're not talking about Renee Good. He's keeping all the illegals out, keeping a fentanyl away from our children that are dying and getting raped by Democrats. Okay, that seems like a lot of hyperbole there. Did you know that, just out of curiosity, I wonder if you knew this, that in 2024, you know who was president then, right? 2024, fentanyl overdoses fell by 25%. Do you know that they went up under Donald Trump in his first term? Obama deported many, mainly Spanish Catholic. I don't know where you're getting that number. What way was he complicit? And what I'm assuming you meant complicit, not complicit. But in what way? How is he complicit? And what was he complicit with? Biden opened the border and every lefty. Okay, what do you mean by open the border? Like, what does that mean? Like, let's actually engage in adult conversation, please. All right, so I'm going to go here and we're going to talk about actual reality here. This is okay. So we're going to go back to the beginning. Reagan, well, not the beginning, but the recent beginning. Reagan's amnesty, the last major immigration reform. This was back in the 80s. This was the year I joined the Air Force. The Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986 was the last comprehensive immigration reform in the United States nearly 40 years ago. Signed by President Ronald Reagan on November 6, 1986, it granted legal status to approximately 2.7 million undocumented immigrants who had been in the country since before January 1st, 1982. And that was a big thing. That was like, and it was kind of, like probably going to be hard to believe for you, but Texas was very much against it, and Texas had a Democratic governor. So a lot of, like, if you look at the history of some of these things, it's really, like surprising. Like the most of the asylum rights, and especially for the Central Americans, most of the people that came over here and most of the advances they made in the asylum rights that were gained because of Christians. Christians used to be the driving force behind people getting asylum, and now it's it's kind of the other way around. Anyway, so he had what he called a three-legged stool. First was amnesty legalization. The 2.7 million people that had been here illegally since 1982. So back then, it was like 4 years. They got residence, and they could go ahead and eventually seek citizenship. There was a special program for agriculture workers where they could come up for 90 days of work. There's still that kind of policy in place, but now it is not, for most farmers, it's not workable. And Reagan called it bringing people out of the shadows and into the sunlight. Then the second prong of this was employer-based. You can't have illegal employees if you don't have legal employers. So he made it illegal to knowingly hire undocumented workers, and there were civil penalties of $250 to $10,000 per undocumented worker. Reagan called this the keystone of the law, but that was not very enforced, just created a whole fake documents industry. And kind of like a whole new set of crimes, and that nobody ever enforced or went after. And then there was the border enforcement. They increased border control funding, enhanced surveillance technology, more resources for enforcement. Result, they failed to prevent continued unauthorized immigration, because that is a very big border. So IRCA did not prevent future unauthorized immigration because employer sanctions were weakly enforced and easily circumvented with fake documents. Border enforcement alone cannot stop immigration driven by economic factors in the origin countries. That's why I was saying earlier, you've got the push versus pull factors. If you don't address the push factors, as long as it's going to be more risky to stay where you're at than to try to come over here, people are going to try to come over here. You have to make it so that people don't want to leave where they're at. It's not about not making them want to come here. It's not making them want to leave where they are. No mechanism to adjust legal immigration levels to match labor market demand. So right now, for instance, we have a situation where, did you know that we have more undocumented workers than we have empty jobs. So even if you were to remove every single undocumented worker the way some people would like, there are not enough Americans to take the jobs that they have. So it's not that they're just taking our jobs. They're taking jobs that we don't have enough people to fill. So we need to have a mechanism whereby those jobs can be filled. So you had like this special program for agriculture workers. We need to update that. Because we've got strawberries rotting in the fields and stuff. And this is not need to be a political issue. It should just be a rational issue of what's best for America. What's best for America is we keep our farms farming. And we find a way to do that legally, to where the farmers can do it legally and the workers can do it legally. And if you can't right now, if you can't do that legally, then there's a problem with the law. Economic conditions in Mexico had greater impact on migration flows than U.S. enforcement, and now that's being amplified even more. This was back in the 80s and the 90s, but now it's being magnified even more by circumstances in Central America and South America. By 2024, the undocumented population grew to approximately 11 million people, 4 times larger than when IRCA was passed. So I sorry that I had intended to have this link shareable, but I couldn't get it to work right. But I do have, and I'll figure out how to put this link in the YouTube description if you want to come back later and look at it. But in this, there's links to different. I know how some people are like, well, you're just doing whatever, doing whatever Claude says or whatever, like, oh, you're just depending on I. But I made sure that for each of these things that there is a there is a links supporting what is being said. So despite numerous attempts, no comprehensive immigration reform has passed since 1986. This is a 40-year legislative stalemate that has resulted in policy changes through executive action rather than legislation, a patchwork of temporary programs and court decisions. And when you're talking about this, policy changes through executive action rather than legislation, this is why you see things like this current discussion we were just having about what Biden did with the law, or what Trump does with the law. It's just become more policy driven than legislation driven. And if you want to do something that goes beyond one president or the next, you need to change the law. You can't just like say that the next president had a change in policy. And because policy is, and we'll get into it, the only policy difference between Biden and Trump was basically in how they treat asylum. A patchwork of temporary programs and court decisions, growing backlog in immigration courts because you've got more people coming over. And we've never adjusted the number of asylum judges we have. We haven't adjusted the number of immigration courts we have. So that's been creating a backlog. And then when you had this groundswell of asylum seekers during the Biden years, it just amplified it even more. Increasing reliance on enforcement without addressing root causes. And when I say increase, the increase in asylum seekers actually started under Trump and around the year 2019. It started to amp up, but then COVID made it even worse. And then Remain in Mexico created a backlog. We'll get into all that stuff. I'm not just going to run over this stuff, but we need the background first. The Biden administration made an app to direct. No, what they did, Kevin, is they had an app that you could pre-screen yourself for asylum. Because this is one of the things I find ironic is that people were like, okay, well, they're coming over here without screening. Okay, here's an app that you can use to be pre-screened. And then, so what happened is there was this app, and you could go and you could, submit an application for asylum from wherever you're at. And then once you got approved, you bought your own plane ticket here, and you got a sponsor that said they would sponsor you so that you wouldn't be living on the government dole. And then you flew yourself over here and waited for your asylum hearing. This was not an app to direct illegal immigrants on how to use the asylum process. This was an app sent to asylum seekers to give them a way to come over here without being an illegal immigrant. Most people come over here to epigenomic reasons. Is that a real word? Or is that a mistype? Okay, how many of them have you met? This is, and we'll go into that. We're going to discuss what the asylum process is. Even if you say most people, and it's not all people, what about the people that are coming over here legitimately to seek asylum? Do you just shut down the right altogether? Why didn't everyone complain when Obama was? Nobody's complaining that Trump is is deporting people. Okay. Oh. Whoops, somebody kept, I'm sorry, I think I banned the wrong dude. Sorry, dude. Somebody was saying ban runner, and I accidentally banned him. Oh, well. Gonzalez isn't running the country because it would require too much U.S. involvement. Probably boots on the ground. Yeah, I would wish that Trump would even mention his name. How do you keep being unbanned? So yeah, I mean, and he's like posting memes of himself saying he's the president of Venezuela now, and he wants to be the president of Greenland, and he wants to be the president of Gaza, and who knows what other country. Well, why are the people brought into this country? What do you say brought in? Why do you say brought in? Like nobody's bringing them in. There's no effort to get people to come over here. Go check. Can we have an honest conversation? This framing is dishonest. Nobody's being brought in. And saying that they went into blue state, they're just in blue states. Why is Greg Abbott in a red state? I'm pretty sure I live here. I'm pretty sure Texas is a red state. Why is he busing them to blue states? You're saying they're only in blue states. Well, why are people like Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis busing them to blue states? I don't know what TDS meds are. What did I say that's a lie? Please, Rico, tell me what I said that's not true. I disagree most what you're saying, but I think we all would agree that you should ban based guy. Thank you, Brandon. I'm trying. I think I've banned him a few times, and he keeps popping back up. You hear Trump made a deal with NATO and Greenland? No, he didn't make a deal with NATO and Greenland. He might think he did. There's no way he made I don't. Did he say something? I don't know what he said. The man is just a kook. Okay, how are you still? I don't know. I've banned this based guy like 25 times. Everybody's asking me to ban him, and I keep banning him, and he's keep getting unbanned. You can't accidentally be. Okay, but what am I wrong about? You're kind of losing. I'm not going to read your comments anymore. You're a fool to believe that those businesses that are licensed to have one and have the resources inside. Okay, except that you're a fool to. Why am I a fool to believe that, Kevin? Yeah, and I mean, the state of Minnesota inspected them, and they passed inspection. An independent journalist went to those facilities and saw them. Why am I a fool to believe that? Why are you not a fool to believe what a YouTube prankster told you? Like, you're the one that's believing something that's not true. You're the one who has literally been fooled. I don't even know how to make you a mod from here, Runner. Sorry. Where's the video of the kids in daycares? Do you think that they should be making videos of kids in daycares? Like, why do you want videos of kids in daycares? Like, what if it were your kids? Would you want your kids in daycare? You would like just thrown about on viral videos on the internet, Captain Kirking? Facts to Republicans are inconvenient. It was a great cover for the Epstein files, though. This guy is not moderating his channel. I've never blocked anybody before, but I'm just going to block this guy based. This guy, hey, dude, I'm Runner. I'm trying. I've like blocked him from the channel like 5 times. I think he's got more than one account. See there. So yeah, see, look at the last 3 letters, the Z9B there. I think those change. But I've blocked him several times, and I apologize for. I don't know what to do about it. How come they're suing the DOJ to not audit? They're not suing the DOJ to not audit. They're suing the DOJ to not block funding because they paid taxes. DOJ can audit all they want. That has nothing to do with auditing. It has to do with blocking. Like, there are families, believe it or not, that have nothing to do with fraud in the state of Minnesota. And those families are not being able to get things that Minnesota tax dollars paid for. Yeah, Brandon, why do you need to see the children, Brandon? It's kind of a weird, like, do you like have I like what? That's kind of perverted. Anyone who lives next to a daycare tell when it's active. Okay. What does that have to do with what does that have to do with anything? These are real daycare centers that have been inspected and when have been verified by third-party sources, by independent sources. Okay, I've already. How many times do I need to say this? Here's the link. We're done talking about this. If you don't want to listen and you don't want to read, I can't help you with that. I've already explained it like 3 times, and we're trying to talk about something else. No, it's not just a coincidence. First of all, they're not all Somalians. Number 2, it's not just a coincidence. They have a very tight-knit culture, the Somali community, but it's not all Somalians that are doing it. It's called a generalization fallacy. If you go into a town in like a white rural town that's run by a motorcycle gang, most of the people in that motorcycle gang are going to be white. That doesn't mean most of the white people in the entire country are in motorcycle gangs. It's called a generalization fallacy. And it's actually pretty racist. I agree. Biden never wrote a law. Yeah, that would be Donald Trump. I think there is fraud because Fox News told me, just like they told me the 2020 election was stolen. And they didn't have to pay a dime for that, right? All right, so anybody want to talk about immigration here? Well, we'll see, Paul. I don't know what it is about immigration illegal that I have said that you don't agree with. There is a Mr. Greener. We're not even talking about like distinctions like that right now. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So can we all slow down a second and stop just yelling slogans and like actually have some thought? I don't think Americans can trust Trump administration's numbers about border encounters. Reason one, Trump fires person in charge of job data. Trump wanted polls to stop counting votes in 2024, and Trump wanted to stop testing COVID, showed fewer cases. And we'll get into this too. Anyway, this is why we just need to go through everything in order. And like there's some merit there. Like a third of our cameras that are supposed to be detecting, the so-called Gotaway, you wonder, how do we know how many Gotaways there are? Well, we have cameras and we have sensors and things like that tell us that, somebody was able to be detected, but got away before we could get there. The problem is that like a third of the cameras that are supposed to do this and the detection equipment is all, broken and down. And even DHS has said that's the problem. Now, in the bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, that did get approved, but it was also approved in the immigration bill that Donald Trump shot down, because if they had actually passed border security, then how is he going to run against bad border security? I don't know. Do you know, like, there's no evidence at all that there is an issue with non-citizens voting in elections, much less illegal non-citizens. And I say non-citizens specifically because that would include people that are here on a green card or whatever. There's only been like, I want to say 38, I think. There's been since 1982, the Heritage Foundation has this big database of people that, of every instance of voting impropriety and illegal voting and everything. And it's like been 2,000 votes in the last 45 years where there's been something that happened. And that's not just presidential elections. That's primaries. That's mayor elections. That's sheriff elections, school board elections, city council elections, alderman elections, all that kind of stuff. Every single election. And there's only been like a couple of thousand instances of voter fraud of any kind. And most of that is like, people that are running in local elections stuffing the ballot box or something. There has only been about, I want to say it's 38 cases of somebody that is not a citizen trying to vote. And of those, not one of those cases, by the way, would have been prevented by voter IDs. There's absolutely nothing to suggest, other than Elon Musk's moronic tweets, that there is some democratic agenda to try to get illegal people to come over here and be in their state so that they can vote illegally and keep them in power. That's just nonsense. That is actually, there's something called replacement theory that is a very, very, very racist ideology. That is what is being pushed here. And I'm not saying you're a racist, so don't get all offended. I'm saying replacement theory is racist. Because they're haters, red state. Because the red states have 725 minimum wage, you people who are in charge suck. It is true that blue states make more money than red states. It's because the worthless, Well, I think that there's a difference between dealing with differing opinions and somebody just screaming the same ridiculous thing over and over that's not even an opinion. It's just a slanderous comment. Welcome to the Greenland. Welcome. What? Okay, what happened, Skippy? I don't know what. All right, let me look this up. I mean, Oh, he's saying that there's a framework for Greenland. Okay, so what does it say here? President Donald Trump announced Wednesday he was canceling his planned tariff on U.S. allies over U.S. control of Greenland after he and the leader of NATO agreed to a framework of a future deal on Arctic security. The abrupt about face, but he said he would not use force to do so while deriding European allies and vowing that NATO should not try to block. So it doesn't say anything about what this framework is. Let me ask Claude. Because a lot of times, like when Donald Trump does this, if you've noted, like with the deal with Mexico and the deal with Canada, it just ends up being the same thing as NAFTA. He just calls it something else. This is sometimes he comes up with the exact same deal he already has and just says it's new. So it's a concept of a deal and the ultimate long-term deal. He declined to specify whether it involves U.S. acquisition of Greenland, mentions something called the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland, unclear. So yeah, it doesn't sound like there's anything real. It sounds like he basically is just conceding, like they're letting him pretend that he did something magnificent. And like we Greenland is not going to become part of America. And to even get a deal like that, it would require 67% of the Senate to agree with it. So it's not something that Donald and like NATO, like one guy from NATO is going to give away Greenland. Like, no. As someone from Venezuela, the country should be long citizens. We are not a colony. Yeah, I think that that's what I think. Like, let Venezuela rule Venezuela. That was the problem with Maduro, right? It wasn't letting Venezuela rule Venezuela. Venezuela chose somebody else. So let the dude Venezuela chose. And I know that the Nobel Prize and all that stuff, but let Venezuela run itself. The comments from Republicans are just so single-minded. Everything to them is, while not knowing all the facts, they are correct. And it's just, everything has just become through a Trump prism. Like it's you either see things as about, everything has to be about Trump. It's like we're talking about immigration. I'm talking about immigration decades before Donald Trump became president, and they can't get past Trump and Biden. Is the Jimmy Kimmel monologues and the lunch ladies on The View have told these liberal all this information? They will. I don't know what you're talking about. You are the only one believing. Okay, what am I believing that's not true, Ian? Please tell me what I am believing that's not true. I'm more than willing to have an adult conversation, but can you be an adult and can you tell me what I am not, what I'm wrong about? Tell me how I'm wrong. Okay, Kevin, I don't need to thoroughly inspect every single one of the. Have you? Do you know the names of everybody that runs those facilities? Have you personally been there? Or are you just, like, this is such a Republican Trump supporter thing to do. Like, just presume you know and I don't, and therefore what I don't know, you must know. No, dude. That's not how it works. The state of Minnesota personally went out there and inspected every one of these facilities, and every single one of them passed. And CBS News, local CBS News, not the network, went to every single one and found kids there and found them operating as daycare facilities. So no, I don't have to go and tell you the names and memorize the names of every single daycare worker. Is there a way to get his attention and tell him to skip? I can do that, Brandon. I just skipped. So sorry. So what is the precedent for how countries have handled when they have undocumented populations? We have we'll go into this, but we only have 11 million. We have 11 million undocumented workers or people in the country. There's 11 million. We'll get into that. Trumpers are like children. They believe not everything has to be about Trump and Biden. Proceeds to stop. I'm not bringing up Trump. I'm trying to get away from Trump. I'm trying to get back to the immigration. No, I mean, but that's the actual number, dude. It's not 30 million. You don't get to just make up numbers. Yes, I know. Everybody, they're all now. It's just all these comments saying only 11 million, 30 million. It's 30 million. No, it's 11 million. That's including the Gotaways. That's most of them are Gotaways. We only have 40 million immigrants, period. All right, so let's just ignore them. So let's go through a brief history of each president since Reagan. So from 1989 to 1993, George H.W. Bush. The Immigration Act of 1990 was passed, which increased legal immigration levels by 40%, created diversity via the lottery, and established temporary protected status. This is not an invention of Joe Biden's, not a comprehensive reform, but the last major expansion of legal immigration. Operation Hold the Line deployed more agents in El Paso, contributing to a drop in apprehensions from 300,000 to 80,000 annually. Bill Clinton, prevention through deterrence. That was his thing. Strategy to fortify urban crossing areas, pushing migrants to remote desert terrain. The result was a massive increase in border deaths. And he got criticized for that. When people say, oh, you didn't come criticize him. No, actually, Joe Biden or Bill Clinton got a lot of criticism for that. He got a lot of criticism from the Christians that were like the Lutheran Church actually had a lot to do with our current, they were behind getting a lot of our current, they were very pro-asylum. And so they like a lot of the asylum rights we have right now are because of the Christian church, believe it or not. I don't know if people know that. Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act expanded deportation categories, created 287G program for local enforcement, and established a 1-year asylum filing deadline and initiated border fence construction. So the wall did not start with Donald Trump. The border fence started with Bill Clinton. And he expanded from 4,000 agents to 10,000 agents. George W. Bush authorized 700 more miles of border fencing, bipartisan support, cost $2.3 billion. There was a comprehensive reform act that happened in 2007 that looked like it might have a chance, but it got killed by the House. Got past the Senate, or got past the House, but failed in the Senate. Border Patrol growth expanded to 20,000 agents by the end of term. So then Barack Obama, he was the other one around. He had a comprehensive reform plan that got past the Senate but died in the House. He had record deportations, and we're going to talk about the difference between, like, what is a deportation, and people say, well, why didn't you complain about Obama and his? Nobody's complaining about deporting people. This is a straw man argument from the right. People are not complaining that Donald Trump is deporting people. People are complaining about other things that, you know, that are not about him deporting people, and we'll get to that in a minute. DACA, deferred actions, and the other thing that he did was DACA. He tried to get that as part of this plan that got killed in the House, but DACA was like, if you're 2 years old and your parents come here illegally, what are you supposed to do? Stamp your feet and say, no, mommy and daddy, that's wrong? So they come over here and they're like kids, and they live here their whole lives, and they don't know anything. They did not come here illegally. I mean, even legally, they're not old enough to decide to come over here illegally, and this is the only life they know, and the only language they know in some cases. So he allowed a certain segment of them, about 800,000 young undocumented immigrants, brought in his children to stay here legal. He created a program whereby they could stay here illegally. So then Donald Trump came along. He came up with Remain in Mexico, or the MPP, Migrant Protocol, something or other, Migrant Protection Protocol, I think it was. Required asylum seekers to wait in Mexico for U.S. court hearings, and 68,000 enrolled. We'll talk more about that in a minute. He started the border wall. He built 458 miles of wall. A lot of that was just upgrading and replacing the old fencing. That cost $15 billion. Only 47 miles were new barriers where none existed before. And by the way, it was like only basically the cartels and the people that wanted to get through it figured out like really modern sophisticated ways called saws, where they could just like cut through it and then walk across anyway. So they weren't these impenetrable barriers that Donald Trump thought they would be. Oh, and they also came out with like these like fancy inventions called ropes, and they would like climb over them. Title 42, we'll talk more about what Title 42 is, but it used COVID-19 as a justification to expel migrants without asylum processing. Nearly 3 million expulsions under Trump and Biden combined. We'll talk about that more later, and why a lot of the numbers that look so huge under Biden are actually inflated by that. And we'll talk more about how that was also connected to the large number of gotaways. And then Trump also came out with this family separation policy, which was zero tolerance. If you came over here, they literal pictures of him of babies being ripped out of the hands of their mothers. And so 5,000 children were separated from their parents in 2018. There was a whole lot of, disinformation from the left on this, where people on the left were saying that these babies were, like these kids were in cages, and they were being and they were showing pictures of happened from when Obama was president. But this was a whole different issue, where children were coming over without their parents, and so they were temporarily detained while they found a home for them, and while the DHS or whoever it is would find a home for these children. They weren't like left there as some sort of punishment. They were just kept there until a place could be found for them. And it was only a matter of days, not weeks and months and years, the way it was with Trump. And it wasn't a punishment the way it was with Trump. So Joe Biden, he ended Remain in Mexico. That was a policy change, not a law change. And we'll talk more about why and what MPP was, and then he continued Title 42 despite campaign promises. He kept Title 42 until May 2023. 2 senior officials resigned in protest, not in protest of him ending it, in protest of him not ending it earlier. The whole Title 42 thing, a lot of people felt like this was inhumane and barbaric. And we'll talk about why that is. I mean, but the idea that you're trying to keep COVID out of America, which had the most fatalities of any country in the world, is like, oh, that starts to seem kind of silly. You know, they have there's a greater chance of them getting COVID from us than us getting COVID from them. Record encounters over 2.4 million in fiscal year 2023, driven by post-pandemic surge and economic factors. And then somebody had brought this up, the Gotaways. We'll talk more about this in a minute. Record Gotaways, 1.6 million unapprehended border crossers due to overwhelmed border patrol. And bipartisan bill killed. Trump used Senate Republicans to reject comprehensive reform that included $20 billion for enforcement, $1,500 for new border, or 1,500 new border patrol agents, and asylum restrictions. So a lot of these things that Donald Trump ended up adding in his second term were killed in this bill, like the new border patrol and the upgrades to the security system. So Donald Trump, second term, 2025 to the present. National emergency. He declared national emergency to resume border wall construction. In the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, he added $46.5 billion for wall completion, $7.8 billion for 3,000 new border patrol agents, $6.2 million for surveillance technology. And we'll talk more about like the whole wall and what is really needed for border security according to the Border Patrol. Mass deportation plans focus shifted from wall construction to interior enforcement and deportations, and then finally environmental waivers. Bypassed environmental laws to accelerate construction in California, Arizona, and New Mexico. So like he's back into the whole wall thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I read through all that and I had the wrong screen on. Boy, do I feel, I'm sorry. Do I have anybody here still? Sorry about that, guys. So I'm just going to go through some of these comments and then we'll slow down and we'll talk about the things that everybody really wants to talk about. They have no records. They don't have any records on what? Kids in cages. They both had kids in cages. And I pretty much, didn't I say that? Why are you arguing with me when I said what you're saying? What homes are they in? Oh, you're talking about something entirely different. You're talking about Obama versus Biden. That whole thing. I'll talk about that more tomorrow. I didn't prepare on that thing, but this is like I think that what you're talking about has to do with something else entirely. You're talking about like the missing kids that were. Yeah, that's not. Okay. This is anyway, I don't want to talk. We can talk about that tomorrow. That's like another distraction. I know it's going to sound like it's not, but these are not actually missing children. These are just people that aren't being detained by ICE or something like that. It's a misrepresentation of a number. These are not kids that were smuggled by Joe Biden or allowed to be smuggled by cartels or something. But this, when I was talking about they were sent to homes, I was talking about under Obama, which is why I say it's a distraction. Biden didn't. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like this, Biden didn't. He didn't. Unfortunately, like I don't even know what that means. And it's BORDERS. A boarder is somebody that rents a room in your house. Why doesn't Trump talk about white European undocumented immigrants? Because it's a race issue, I guess. Yeah, there have been more citizens of color detained by ICE than white Europeans, and 40% of than European illegal immigrants, and 40% of all illegal immigrants are visa overstays. The money is coming from all the surplus assistance programs. I don't even know what that means. Like, some of this stuff is just so weird that I can't anticipate every weird MAGA thing. Is he building the wall, or what is happening? They have resumed building the wall, which has apparently not been very effective. It's like it gets they cut through it like 3 or 4 times a day. Fox News was the only one who was covering the border from January 20. We'll talk more about. I haven't gotten into who was covering what, but yes, there were it wasn't 300,000 a month. That's just a made up number, but we'll go into the actual numbers. What Native American tribe are you and your ancestor? Trump is a master at finding a legit complaint, but then pissing away millions of dollars. And there is at the core of this, there are legit issues, and that's why I want to have a real discussion about it. But we can't have a real discussion when you've got all these straw man arguments and all these weird things that are going on. Like, we have to actually know, like, agree on a baseline of reality before we can have a discussion about how to fix the problems. You don't know what anything means, dude. You say that like a catchphrase. Okay. How many children did Biden administration fail to keep? So let's see if this came. Okay. So here's what actually is the case with that. All right. So I'm just going to switch screens here. This is a good example of how numbers can be weaponized through framing. Let me break down what's actually happening versus the political narrative. The widely cited $300,000 missing children figure comes from a DHS Inspector General audit covering fiscal year 2019 to 2023, spanning both Trump and Biden administrations. In fact, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, so about half. They're about half. This number represents cases with incomplete administrative records. This is just all it is. Incomplete administrative records, missing addresses, failed follow-up calls, lacking paperwork, not 300,000 confirmed missing children. Over 31,000 children had release addresses that were blank. 85,000 missing. Figure from 2023 refers to children OPR couldn't reach during welfare check phone calls. Between January 2018 and April 23, ORR received 6,318 calls reporting missing or runaway children. The actual count of children reported missing by sponsors. So the real number is like 6,318. When unaccompanied children cross the border, they're transferred from DHS to HHS's Office of Refugee Resettlement, which places them with sponsors, ideally parents, but often distant relatives or non-relatives. Sorry. After replacement, ORR attempts a safety check within 30 days, but sponsors have no obligation to respond. Under Biden, a 2021 policy restricted HHS from sharing sponsor biometric data with ICE. The stated rationale was encouraging sponsors to come forward without fear of immigration enforcement. However, this prevented ICE from vetting sponsors for criminal history or cartel ties. So the real problems that exist, some children were genuinely exploited. The Trump administration reports finding children in labor trafficking, sexual exploitation, and dangerous conditions. Ancient Chess relates 34 children to 2 addresses that didn't exist. Multiple children were sometimes sent to the same suspicious address. Poor interagency coordination, hampered tracking, inadequate sponsor vetting in some cases. So there were some issues, as somebody was just pointing out. But the 300,000 missing children, that is completely blown out of proportion. And there was a pick your poison kind of thing, you know. When you've got ICE being what ICE is, and you're trying to like not endanger families for picking up their children. This creates a classic policy trade-off. Stricter tracking and ICE involvement might protect some children from exploitation, but it also discourages sponsors, including legitimate family members, from coming forward if they lack legal status. The Biden administration chose one side of that trade-off. The Trump administration is choosing the other. The issue predates Biden. Senator Grassley has been investigating this since 2016, and the data period covers both administrations. The characterization of this as the largest human trafficking operation in human history significantly overstates what the data shows. Most of these children are likely living with their sponsors. The system just lacks effective follow-up mechanisms. And so do we need to, improve those those mechanisms? Do we need to find ways to ensure safety for sponsors, like without, and still be able to track them? Yes. Like we need to find, this is what I mean when I say we need to find real solutions, and we need to have real conversations to find those real solutions. But when you're sitting there, couching it as 300,000, not you specifically, because I don't think you said that exact number, but when people are couching this as, 300,000 being human trafficked, that's a dishonest and disingenuous representation of what the reality is. And you can't have a good faith conversation with somebody who is operating and acting in bad faith. I don't know if that's true. I've fact checked that, and that's unconfirmed. That's not true. Not even according to the Trump. Like, I don't know what you're thinking, but there have been like 68,000 gotaways. So that's at least 68,000. I mean, that's a significantly smaller number than what was under Biden. But to say that not one person crossed the border illegally under Trump, that's not even true. It's not even 40% he lied. Are you saying I lied about the 40% of immigrants are... Well, 40% what? I don't know what I lied about with 40%. 94% negative press on ICE from, well, that doesn't matter. Doesn't, I mean, it's like, so what? I don't know where you're getting your number from, but so what? Do we have a free press or not? They all had Biden shirts. If we get 94% bad press on Hitler too, does that mean that the press is unbiased or is biased against Hitler? They all had Biden shirts on when they came through Panama towards. Okay, I doubt that. Currently under Trump, that's a list of countries. 425 per thousand. I don't know what you're talking about. What is anything? I'm sorry. I really don't know what you're talking about. 425,000 over 14 is about 3%. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but if you want the number, About 3%. Oh, the 40% of illegals who are, yeah, no, that's. Yeah, I mean, that's the number that I read today. I'm going off of memory. I may have misremembered it. Okay, so just see that right there. I don't know if you can see that. Hopefully you can. If you can't, I'll read it to you anyway. Says the answer depends on whether you're asking about the total undocumented patient versus new arrivals, and it's shifted dramatically over time. Total undocumented population currently in the U.S. over 40% of the undocumented population are individuals who have overstayed their visas. So let me see if there's a. This is according to CMS, Center for Migration Studies. So they say that there's 10.9 undocumented immigrants reside in the United States based on Census Bureau and American Community Service. Other organizations, including the Department of Homeland Security, have produced similar results. Moreover, 40% of the undocumented population in the country are individuals who have overstayed their visas, not entered. Oh, sorry. Moreover, 40% of the undocumented population in this country are individuals who have overstayed their visas, not entered through U.S.-Mexico border. Finally, while the number of undocumented in this country increased by 650,000 from 2000 to 2022, other undocumented individuals and families, especially from Asia and Mexico and Asian countries, have been leaving the United States. So there you go. I don't know why that, like, what upsets you so much, but I'm not just making things up, dude. Like that's you know, an actual group that actually studies these things says that. This guy wants to justify Biden's failure. I want to talk about immigration and what the issues are. And I don't think there's anything to justify. I think that there wasn't any failure. You don't have to justify something as a failure that wasn't a failure. I think that the right has hyperbolized what was happening with immigration and ignored why it was happening. It's hilarious when people who literally voted for a child sex trafficker with 34 felonies want to pretend they care about kids. No, my 40% statistic wasn't blown out of proportion. It's exactly what I said it was. How is it born out of proportion? I said 40% of people that are here illegally are here on, visa overstays. And that's exactly what the what the article says. How did I blow it out of proportion? I don't know what is closer to 100th. I don't know even what. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're referring to. I can completely understand this. If they were doing those blood tests or DNA tests and then returning the kids to the parents, then maybe you'd have a point, but they weren't doing that. They were just, and these were obviously not, like some cartel dude. When a mom is like breastfeeding her baby, it's pretty good indication that might be her real baby. This guy. No. I literally read that. I read it, dude. That is an actual fact. Okay. I'll read it again. I'm not going to show your comment because you had to use a slur. Okay. Oh, whoops. Says right here, moreover, over 40% of the undocumented population in this country are individuals who have overstayed their vehicles, or their visas, not entered through the U.S.-Mexico border. Right there, over 40% of the undocumented population in the country are individuals who have overstayed their visas, not entered through the U.S.-Mexico border. This is the Center for Migration Studies. What is the Center? Is there an about? The Center for Migration Studies of New York is a think tank and an educational institute devoted to the study of international migration, to the promotion of understanding between immigrants and receiving communities. So I don't know if you know more than them. I know they know more than me. I am just quoting what they said. It's 510,000 overstayers versus 860,000 illegal border crossings in 2023. It was about 40% in 2023. So about 40% in 2023 and about 40% overall. So I don't know what you think I'm lying about or exaggerating about or misleading about or whatever. If other than just I said something you don't know, and so therefore it must be wrong. Whoops. Okay. Gotta say, I can't agree with you. I think ICE is arresting criminals and protesters. Many are impeding and interfering. I mean, if they are, then why aren't they charging them with that? There's only been, I think, only all year of 2025, they only charged one person with that. They arrest people and then they release them. It's not immigration. It's not an invasion. Like people really need to understand what the word invasion means. Define invasion. It's funny that people will say that immigrants are invading the U.S., but we didn't invade Venezuela. An invasion, okay, here. An invasion is the forceful entry or overrun of a place, often by an army for conquest, but also figuratively for harmful things like diseases, pests, or unwanted tourists, and even on infringement of rights. So when you're talking about borders, it's pretty much the forceful entry of or overrun of a place, often by an army for conquest. We are not being conquered by an army. So no, I do not accept that we are being invaded. Just because Donald Trump uses the word doesn't mean he knows what it means. Well, because maybe you could learn something, Ben. I think we should allow women to stay if they're hot. Well, currently there's around 500,000 overstays. Where do you know there's more than 5? Where do you get your made up number? There's not currently around 500,000 overstays. I think you misread what was there. Almost 40% of the new documented immigrants were overstays, around 510,000 overstays versus 860,000 illegal border crossings. In the fiscal year 2023, dude, that was 1 year. That was just in 2023. You're comparing 1 year with every undocumented migrant in that is here right now, regardless of when they got here. Do you understand how math works? That was just 2023. I do allow call-ins for debates. There's a link in the YouTube, and if you click on that, then you can come on the show and I will talk to you. And there's only a few rules. One, whatever you say has to be factual, and your conclusions have to be legitimately derived from the facts. So, like, you can't say, my car is purple, therefore the earth is round, or therefore the earth is flat. Like, what you state has to logically lead to the conclusion that you're making. And then we do it this way. You speak for 3 minutes. I'll have a timer on. You speak for 3 minutes, and then I will repeat back to you what you said to make sure that you know that I honestly heard what you had to say. And then I get my turn, and we can go back and forth a few rounds if you want. But it's got to be an honest discussion and an honest debate based on actual honest things, like what the actual facts are. And we can use whatever, AI or whatever you want to use as your, if we disagree on what the facts are, we look them up and we determine what is actually true. And we can, go to source material, but, like, I think we both would agree that using something like, highly biased source material doesn't really work, so but I think the closer you get to the original source, the better. Like, if somebody did a study, then what is that actual group? But yes, if you want to come on the show, you're more than welcome to. There is a link to a StreamYard in the description. And then that'll bring you right onto the studio with me. It's not, my percent is not off by 37%. It's not my percent. It's 510. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you about math. Trump is not a child sex trafficker. Okay, I have never said that Donald Trump is a child sex trafficker. I don't agree that he disassociated himself from Epstein because Epstein was a creep. Because during 15 years of Epstein's creepiness, he was buddies with Epstein, and it was only in the last year or two that he cut off. Even, like, there was the whole thing about that's been verified from the Epstein files that there was one girl that came back in 2001 and said that Donald Trump, or that Epstein had tried to do something with her, and she got, Donald Trump hung out with Epstein for another 5 years after that. Donald Trump sent a birthday card with the drawing of the girl and joked about how Epstein liked them young. So I don't agree that just because he said he stopped, hanging out with Epstein because he was a creep. I don't accept that. I'm not saying that means that Donald Trump was, involved in anything that Epstein did. In his defense, the Epstein victim's lawyer said that Donald Trump was the only one that said anything that helped them. But that means that Donald Trump knew something that could help them. So why was he still hanging around with him? Why didn't he turn that over to the FBI? So there's, more than two possibilities here. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking to somebody else. The 34 felonies or nonviolent crimes that every other New York politician was getting. Well, I don't know if every other New York politician was getting away with those, because the maybe the underlying crime to some degree, but they weren't all paying off porn stars with somebody else's money to keep them out of the news. That was the misrepresenting the payments. That was the felony. What is my starting premise, and how is it false? You don't need. You can accurately describe me and insult my intelligence all you want, but yeah, slurs aren't the way to do it, because then you're insulting other people. There is a legal path to citizenship, and it should be followed. Right. But can we also talk about changing that legal path? Is it like segregation was the law, right? In the 50s, segregation was the law. And so should that be followed? Sometimes the law is wrong. And so we want to have a conversation about changing the law. But right now, that's not the issues with ICE. Right now, the issues with ICE are that ICE is not behaving according to the law. Kamala wasn't a border czar. Yeah, that was and the thing is, and this is one of the things that I think would be helpful if people had facts. What she did, what she was put in charge of trying to reduce the push. What the push motivations for leaving the country. So she worked with private U.S. companies to invest in Guatemala to help businesses there, so that sorry, having some reflux issues. That with these new businesses and new job opportunities, people would have a reason to stay in Guatemala and not want to leave. And that was actually fairly successful. And so the number of migrants coming from Guatemala actually went down. What she was asked to do, she actually did a good job of. But nobody, like Fox News, never reported accurately what she was actually asked to do. And nobody on Fox News ever reported that she actually did the thing she was actually asked to do. I'm glad you're talking about this. Thank you. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'd said 2023. New York. So now the article is wrong. And you tape on Cube is noted internet genius is right. Why aren't you even trying to talk? Why are you even trying? Because I think we need to have actual conversations. And I keep hoping there are some that do respond to reality. I mean, like some of them just like this guy just think numbers change because they don't agree with what Donald Trump said. All right, so there. Nobody's using bad faith tactics to make it seem that people aren't coming over here illegally, just staying longer than you're supposed to when there's 12 to 4. There are, it could be as high as 12 to 14 million, but nobody's using bad faith tactics. 40% of the people that are here illegally are here on visa overstays. That's not saying nobody's coming over here illegally. And if you will sit down and calm down and just breathe a couple of times until I get to this, we will talk about the border crossings. So settle down, stop calling people a liar, and try to learn something. No, I don't care what he says. He's a can of ham and he's lies. Everybody from the Trump administration just lies. They have not found 62,000 children who are illegally smuggled into the United States. No, they haven't. Get out the car, get out the car. I don't know what that has to do with anything. We got a drug dealer with a $50 million bounty. That's not an invasion. What about the one we pardoned? How much did he pay for his pardon? Do you think what do you think when they say it's an invasion of grasshoppers? They mean the grasshopper army. No, but they're not talking about people, are they? They're talking about, and they're not talking about a country. Like, yeah, when they say an invasion of grasshoppers or something, then they're not talking about it like the way that people are talking about an invasion. What does an invasion of immigrants mean? We're literally being invaded. What does that mean? No, your number is pulled out of your butt. And my number comes from an actual source. 70% of the people. All right, so let's go back to the document here. So let's start talking about this. Let's get into some of the meat here between what is an undocumented or illegal immigrant, an asylum seeker, and a refugee. Because I think a lot of what we talk about sorry, made sure to share the right tab this time. A lot of what we talk about depends on our understanding of what words actually mean. And certain people on the left conflate illegal immigrants and asylum seekers, and now even refugees. And they all three have different meanings, and they all three have different legal statuses. And they all three even have different legal rights. So let's talk about what each of these three things mean so that when we talk about what's happening, we can have an honest discussion about it. So undocumented illegal immigrants. These are people who entered without authorization or overstayed legal visas. The legal status, none. They have none, okay? Nobody is saying that illegal immigrants have legal status, and they're subject to deportation. Work authorization, no, though many use work using false documents or ITINs. Benefits, they're eligible, and they are not eligible for federal benefits. They don't get federal benefits. They don't get Social Security. They don't get Medicare. They don't get EITC. And they don't get most state programs. Now, there's certain things that people misconstrue. If an illegal immigrant goes to the emergency room and they are not in stable condition, like an illegal immigrant can't go to the emergency room and get treated for a cold. But if an illegal immigrant gets in a car accident and needs life-saving health care, they go to the emergency room and they receive that care. If they don't have insurance, which they probably don't if they're here illegally, and they don't have the money to pay for it, the government pays the hospital for their care. The government does not pay the immigrant for their care. And the immigrant is only treated until they're in stable condition and can leave. And this is the reason that this law exists, is not just because of undocumented immigrants. It's makes it against the law for any hospital or any emergency room to deny life-saving care to somebody because they don't have insurance. It's an insurance-related thing. And that's because you don't want people dying because they don't have insurance. And you don't know whether somebody's an immigrant or not an immigrant based on, like, what if they're unconscious? So they get health care only in emergency situations. People are like, oh, well, they can just go to the emergency room and get it. But they can't. They can't just go to the emergency room and get a prescription for their high blood pressure. Population, 11 million. There are about 11 million people here who are illegal immigrants. All right. There are other people here who are asylum seekers. And a lot of conservatives and Republicans and Trump supporters want to conflate asylum seekers with illegal immigrants. And that's why you see some of the disparity in numbers, is because they're calling people who are here seeking asylum legally. They are seeking asylum, and they get lumped together with illegal immigrants. All right. Now, asylum seekers are people who entered legally or illegally, and we'll get into what the actual law says later, but it literally says in the law, regardless of legal status or port of entry, and filed asylum claims based on fear of prosecution. We're going to go into the actual asylum process, because I know that so many people are like, got your talking points lined up on this, right? But we're going to go over what is required for asylum. Right now, we're just trying to distinguish between the three words. A legal status, they're in removal proceedings, but with pending asylum application. That means they have their asylum heard, and then if their asylum is rejected, they're removed. The pending removal is just, or they're in the removal proceedings are suspended until they get their asylum case heard. Work authorization, they can apply for 180 jobs after filing, and that's often granted. You can't like be mad that they want to work and then be mad that they're living like they're living on the government dole or whatever. Well, because they need to eat, and they can't work. Benefits, eligible for work authorization, but limited other benefits while case pending. They don't get all the free health care and all that stuff that right-wing media tells you. The court backlog average is 4 to 7 years. Wait for hearing. And that's why the Biden bill that Trump had killed, that's why it was that's why it had funding for more asylum judges and more asylum officers and more immigration judges. Approval rate, it's about 30 to 40% are granted asylum, varies by nationality and judge, and I would say it's gone down a lot in the last couple of years, in the last 10 years. It used to be around 70%. And it could be because asylum seekers are coached by coyotes on how to game the system, but it's also has to do with the system has been gamed to deny honest asylum seekers. And we'll talk more about that. Once granted asylum, immediate work authorization can apply for green card after 1 year. Okay, so that's an asylum seeker. And part of this whole process of them seeking asylum is the vetting. So then the refugees. A refugee are people who have already been vetted and approved for resettlement before arriving in the U.S. So like, let's say I have some friends that were from Cambodia and during Pol Pot, and they came over here as refugees, and they lived in refugee camps in like Thailand. And then they were brought over here in the 80s. But they were all vetted and everything before they came over here. That's called a refugee. And the legal status, legal permanent resident track from day one. Like the day they get here, they're a legal resident. They can work from the day they get here. They're eligible for a resettlement assistance, can apply for green card after 1 year. So for the first couple of years they're here, I think it is. I'm not quite sure on the time frame, but they get some assistance because they don't speak the language. Oftentimes they don't have even a high school education. They don't have any vocational training, and like they need to like actually be able to live. And a lot of times they have families. Process multi-year vetting by UN and US agencies before their arrival. Annual cap set by president. It's $125,000 for fiscal year 2025. The key difference is they apply from outside the U.S., unlike asylum seekers who apply after arrival. So that is the key difference between asylum seekers and refugees. Is refugees actually apply from where they are, and asylum seekers have to cross the border to seek asylum. So when people say, oh, well, request asylum before you come over, that is impossible. That's like getting wet before you get in the bath. The economic distinction. This matters for economic analysis because work authorization dramatically changes fiscal impacts. Undocumented immigrants pay $96.7 billion in taxes in 2022, but work under the table or with false documents. If given work authorization, they would increase tax contributions by $40.2 billion annually to $136.9 billion total. Asylum seekers with work permits pay regular taxes, contribute to Social Security, and they're eligible for eventual benefits. So, like, if they get granted asylum, then, they can eventually do, become a citizen and get a Social Security number and get Social Security and all that. Refugees, same as other legal workers from day one. All right, let's go back here and see how many people have weighed in on how terrible asylum seekers are. Look at the people that are over there fighting against their own evil. People get happy when we take the evil president. The people was happy we got it. I don't know what that means. I can't even figure out what that means. You act like others. Did you watch other stations? Like the idea that no other stations were reporting on the immigration crisis. I watched a lot of MSNBC, and MSNBC was reporting on it all the time. It was like all they ever talked about was how the immigration crisis and the and inflation were going to be bad for the Democrats in the election. Let's hope ICE doubles those numbers next year. She was in charge of finding out why people were coming from those countries way before she ran for president. No, dude, she was vice president. As vice president, she was in charge of trying to see what she could do, and she did things like I didn't say anything about it being connected to her running for president. I want to know when the ICE money is going that they are taking from our taxes. This rejects never have anything fit. Have to rent cars. ICE is literally just they're glorified mall cops. If that, as I always say, you can take the seal out of the gravy, but you can't take the gravy out of the seal. Nothing is honesty when the leftist liberal Democrats speak. So yeah. Like simple things like I'm actually just reading an actual number from an actual report that somebody doesn't agree with, therefore I'm lying somehow. And then the report is lying, and then like made up numbers matter more than mine. Now they are getting killed because they don't follow the Quran and won't back down, and now they're dying over there needing help. Oh, are you saying no, dude? You're talking about Nigeria? That's not what's happening there. There are people there are both Muslims and Christians dying in Nigeria. Or is it Nigeria? Is that whatever country it was? This is nothing but a Democrats' misinformation site. Well, that's stomp your feet and yell. That'll make it better. All dump supporters, fake news, fake news. Yeah, except for the fake news. Entering illegally is a violation of U.S. code, not a felony. Reentry, yeah, that's accurate. And you know, I think that on this because I respect you. What happened there? Oh, I think that what the issue we need to talk about is we do not have enough immigrants. Let me rephrase that. We don't have enough legal immigrants. We need more legal immigrants. We need legal immigrants to do things, to take some of the jobs that right now illegal immigrants are doing. I'm not saying, like, I don't know what we need to do, but I know we need to have a conversation, because I know that those illegal immigrants who are doing those jobs are actually helping our economy. If you look at the ICE status, if you look on ICE status, most of the arrests and detainees are people who are documented. Yeah, and you've got people like they're like, they're saying they're not racial profiling, and they're like, oh, but they have an accent and they're brown. And there was even like one video of a brown guy with an accent that was the ICE agent. And he's like, you've got an accent. And the guy's like, well, so do you. And then they beat the crap out of him for that. But, when they say this to people that are just sitting in their cars filming and not saying anything, how do you know they have an accent? And, they've got like just, I mean, the number 170 Politico, was it Politico? Some website, did a study and found 170. It's a lot more than 170. It's probably been more than 170 just since ICE went to Minnesota. But yeah, ICE needs to stop arresting American citizens. No, if I did that, you wouldn't be blocked here, would you? You would be blocked if that were the case, wouldn't you? No, I block people for using racial slurs and for using disabilities as slurs. And the one guy that everybody was begging me to block, even conservatives, that was just yelling the same stupid thing over and over again. No, I do not. If I blocked somebody that said they don't like that I don't like, then you would be blocked. You wouldn't be featuring your comments. I'd be ashamed to say, but you call yourself Donald TR and you're not ashamed of that. So your sense of shame is clearly not what mine is. Come legally and don't shoot them in the face because you're angry. The only one shooting people in the face is ICE. And he was angry, clearly. Okay, so the documented people are people who are arrested. No, they aren't, though. They're not being charged with anything. That's the pretext. Like, you've got to learn when to know when you're being duped. They're not interfering with anything. And people need to understand the laws. We covered this yesterday. The law is very clear. It says you have to forcibly interfere. And forcibly, according to the entire court history on this, forcibly means physically interfere. So blowing whistles and honking horns is not physically interfering, and it is not illegal. It is a protected First Amendment right. And you've got ICE agents going out and arresting American citizens for protecting their First Amendment rights. And why are all these Second Amendment? I have the right to the Second Amendment because it protects the First. Where are you? Where are you? You're the ones that always said, I'll fight to the death for the right to say what I disagree with, even though I disagree with it. Where are you, you cowards? Where are you now? You're joining the tyrants. You said that that the Second Amendment was there to protect us from tyranny, and you won't even use your voice to protect us from tyranny. No, the tyrants are ICE. The tyrant is Donald Trump. You're not even allowed to speak against him anymore. Right. Exactly what she says. Are all y'all paying attention at all? Pay attention. Wake up. I am Machine Pun Kelly. Blocking traffic isn't your first. Nobody was blocking traffic, and we know this because traffic was driving past her. And not everybody that is getting arrested is blocking traffic. You have people just standing on the sidewalk in a protected speech area that are literal Congressional Medal of Honor winners being arrested. He did not get hit by a car. If you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you. Wish we could just separate already. So let's go back to this. Let's talk about the actual U.S. asylum law. What does the law actually say? It says the primary law is Section 208 codified as USC Section 1158 is the primary U.S. asylum statute. It implements the U.S. obligation under the 1951 UN Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol. And for those who would like just a little brief history lesson, what happened during World War II is people were trying to leave Nazi Germany. Gay people and Jewish people and, different, people that were just being persecuted for their political beliefs or for their, religious beliefs or for their ethnicity. And they were being returned to Germany to die. And countries in Western Europe were doing this, and the United States was doing this. Okay, so what they decided after World War II, and when the camps became known, not everybody knew about the what was going on with these camps, these concentration camps. And then once they invaded Germany, they took Germany and started seeing what was happening, they realized just how horrific the circumstances they were returning these people to were. And so then they decided, as the United Nations, that you have a right to leave a country you're in if you're being persecuted. And but then there was the other side of that was, do you have to, as a nation, do you have to receive everybody that's persecuted? If somebody just comes into your country and says, I'm persecuted, does that mean you have to say that they're persecuted or that they're, now get to live in your country? So the balance here is that anybody has the right to seek asylum, but each country has the right to determine who receives asylum, and under what conditions. And so the United States, based on this protocol established in the UN, passed a law, this Section 208, to decide who gets asylum. And so the law is clear, and I quote, any alien who is physically present in the United States. So that's number one, is you have to be physically present in the United States, or who arrives in the United States. And this is one of those things that has been misrepresented a lot, but this is the actual law says this: whether or not at a designated port of arrival, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum. So if you are here, you can apply for asylum. Full stop. Well, if you're an alien and you're here, you can apply for asylum. You can apply for asylum regardless of how you entered the United States, legally or illegally, and your entry method does not disqualify you from asylum. Where you entered does not disqualify you from asylum. So this is what you need to be granted asylum. So to request asylum and to be granted asylum are two different things, right? And this is where a lot of people are like, well, anybody can request asylum and they're coached and stuff and blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then they point out that so many people are denied asylum to prove that people are getting asylum that don't deserve it, which doesn't make any sense to me. Like, doesn't that prove that the asylum system is working? That the people that are just trying to gain the system are being denied? So these are the legal requirements to qualify. To be granted asylum, you must first prove you have a well-founded fear of persecution based on race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or a political opinion. Okay. Now, the key here is membership in a particular social group. Because this is one that Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Biden all agreed on, but Trump disagrees on. And what that is being a member of a cartel, or in this case, not being a member of a cartel. The cartels are persecuting people in Central and South America who won't, get with the program, who don't want to be members of the cartel. And they will try to force you into the cartel. And if you don't join the cartel, they will kill you. And so then people will leave out of genuine fear for their lives. And if they get returned, they die. The others are, pretty easy, like race, religion, nationality, political opinion. These things are, fairly, understood. You left Cuba because you disagree with communism. Try to leave Germany because you're Jewish. Or, that covers a couple of those. Anyway, so there's no question about those things. But the membership in a particular social group, it doesn't define in law what that says. And so the president, under Chevron, which has been overturned, by the way, so I don't know whether or not this is going to work out, if the courts are going to decide what this means now. But up until Chevron got overturned, it was always up to the president to decide what Congress meant when it included membership in a particular social group. But but since Clinton, every president but Trump has said not belonging to a cartel qualifies as that. And so then those people are granted asylum. And so the persecution must be from government or group government will not control, such as a cartel. There's no firm resettlement in a third country. We're going to talk more about that later because there's a lot of misunderstanding about this first safe country thing, and not a persecutor themselves, not a danger to U.S. security. So they can't be like, you can't request asylum if you're a member of the cartel. You can't be somebody that persecutes people and then say, oh, I'm afraid of being persecuted. Not a danger to U.S. security. And not convicted of a particularly serious crime in the U.S. In the U.S., it has to be in the U.S. If you are convicted of a crime in Honduras and you come over here requesting asylum, then you can still get it. Time limits and bars. You have to file within a year. Asylum applications must be filed within 1 year of arrival unless changed circumstances materially affecting eligibility and extraordinary circumstances relating to delay. I don't know that much about the what these exceptions are. I think that they're pretty rare. So now it's safe third country agreements, because a lot of people misunderstand this whole thing about Mexico and first safe country. Actually, what it is there is a safe third country. If you can go to a safe third country. But it can. This is like your right to request asylum can be barred if an alien can be removed to a safe third country pursuant to a bilateral multilateral agreement. Currently, the U.S. has an agreement with Canada. That's the only place that we have such an agreement with. We do not have a safe third country agreement with Mexico. We don't have a safe country with Guatemala, Honduras, or El Salvador. There was a Trump era agreement that has expired, and those aren't safe. That's the places people are fleeing from. So like if you take somebody from Honduras and put him in Guatemala, and then you take the person that's fleeing from Guatemala and put him in Honduras, all you're doing is taking somebody from the lion cage and putting him in the tiger cage. Or Mexico for that matter. Actually, Mexico is like one of the most dangerous places for asylum seekers. What the law does not say, the asylum statute does not require applicants to apply in the first safe country they reach. That is a myth. That is I don't know where that came from. I don't know who started it, but it's just not true. They have to enter through a port of entry. That has become kind of a policy, but that is also not law. The law literally says the opposite of that. And that's one of my beefs with Biden, is that he made this a thing, and it's not a thing. It's not according to the law. If you want to and if you want to change the law, then change the law. If you don't agree with what the law says, then change the law. That's why we need to have real conversations about what the law says. Because it's too easy for the president to just decide the law is different and then do something different. But the law says, regardless of point of entry, have documents or a visa. You don't have to have documents or a visa. And I mean, like, that kind of defeats the whole point, right? You think that people like Marco Rubio's dad came over as an asylum seeker. You think they got on a boat? Those Cubans got on boats and they got all their passports and visas and everything approved first? You think, how do you even get a passport in Cuba? They don't let you leave. Prove they couldn't claim asylum elsewhere. You don't have to prove that you can't get asylum somewhere else. That's not according to our law. The law does not say that. So what do you need to get asylum? What do you have to do? The first thing is you must apply within 1 year. Form 5, I-589, supporting evidence and personal statement. And this is one of those things where I was talking about using the process to gain the results. Under the Trump administration, and I believe it continued under Biden, and this is one of the worst things to me, is you've got people that English is not their first language. Some of them don't speak English. They're not guaranteed any help. Sometimes they don't even have a form in Spanish or whatever. And they have to fill out this form. And there'll be things on there that, like, there's 4 spaces to name your children. And if you don't write, like, if let's say you only have 2 children, and so you leave 2 of those spaces blank, instead of writing not applicable, then in the other 2 blanks, in the other 2 spaces, if you just leave them blank instead of writing NA, then you can be denied for that because you didn't fill out the form correctly. Has nothing to do with your asylum case. It's just a bug, or not even, it just gotcha on a form. So after they've been here 180 days, after filing, they can apply for employment authorization document, and then they can work, hopefully. And then, because it's going to be 4 to 7 years before they get an asylum hearing. Before an asylum officer or an immigration judge. Whether you get an asylum officer or an immigration judge depends on whether you have an affirmative case or a defensive case. An affirmative case means you turn yourself in, and a defensive case means that you were apprehended and then you requested asylum after you were apprehended. So if you initiated the turn in, then you get an affirmative track. And if you didn't, then you get a defensive track. If you fail your affirmative track, you can appeal it and go through the defensive track. But the asylum officer track, the affirmative track, the asylum officer is not for or against you. They're kind of like just calling balls and strikes the way they see them. You don't have to. They're not on your side, but they're not against you. It's the immigration judge. You really have to prove to the immigration judge that beyond a doubt. So the asylum officer will hear your case, and they'll go through and they'll, like, you'll say, okay, well, this person can verify it and this person can verify it. And the asylum officer contacts the different people. They look at your evidence, they hear your case, they determine whether or not they think you're telling the truth or lying. And they actually go through the trouble of deciding whether or not you're telling the truth. There is an actual process that involves a whole person, like sitting down and reviewing with you your entire life, and why do you feel like there's a thing, and looking at your papers and calling people that live there. They don't just sit there and just rubber stamp everybody that sits in their chair. Then after that, they make a decision. Another issue that's happened is they've started making almost like political appointments out of their supervisors. And so sometimes the supervisors will just, and I know this because I actually am a friend with an asylum officer, that their boss will just universally just say no to a bunch of people. So I think that there are probably a lot of people that should have been granted asylum that weren't. And like there was a report, this was in 2019, where a reporter went to Honduras or something, I forget which country, and had looked up 30 people that had been returned, and 20 of them were dead. So not all asylum seekers that are denied asylum are necessarily lying. Decision at hearing or later, grant, deny, or refer to immigration court. So if they, if for an asylum seeker, or for the affirmative track where you're talking to an asylum officer, if you're denied asylum, then you can be referred to an immigration court where you can kind of try again. And if in the immigration court you strike out, you get deported. Immediate benefits. Once you're granted asylum, you're called an asylee, and you get work authorization. You can apply for a green card after 1 year, path to citizenship after 5 years. So that's the process. Like, I know people are like, try to confuse things on what asylum means and who gets asylum. And they try to oversimplify it, or they try to make it sound like everybody that's seeking asylum doesn't deserve it. But there's an actual process here. And this is what I have been trying to say for, like a long time now, is honor the law. Like, people are talking about the law and being illegal. Honor the asylum law. Do what the asylum law says. What Joe Biden did was honor the law. He followed the asylum law. We'll get into the Gotaways, but a lot of the people that the right wing would like to convince you are illegals over here are just people seeking asylum and waiting for their asylum hearing. They are not here legally. They are here according to a legal process designated by U.S. law. So they are not illegal. Just that's what the law says. You don't get to sit there and scream illegal, 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 and then ignore what constitutes legal. So right now there's 3.7 million pending asylum cases. And there's a nearly a 47-year backlog. And that's why I say one of the things, if you really are serious about solving immigration problems, you need more asylum officers and you need more immigration judges. Because the backlog is there because we haven't had enough immigration judges or asylum officers. And that's one of the things that the Democrats wanted to pass, and which was not in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. We need to worry about clearing out the asylum backlog as much and more than we need to worry about ICE running around harassing people. Okay, so now let's talk about this whole Remain in Mexico and the first safe country myth. First of all, it's a policy, not a law. Remain in Mexico officially, Migration Protection Protocols, or MPP, was a policy implemented by the Trump administration in January 2019. It's not a law. It was an executive action using existing statutory authority, not new legislation. What it did is it required non-Mexican asylum seekers arriving at the southern border to await in Mexico for their U.S. court hearings. It applied only to those arriving at land ports of entry. 68,000 people enrolled during Trump's first term. 27,000 had pending cases when Biden suspended it in January 2021. The timeline, January 2019 implementation. Trump administration begins MPP, citing words and letters. Authority to return asylum seekers to the contiguous countries. January 2021, Biden suspension. Biden suspends MPP on day one. DHS begins processing 13,000 people into the U.S. On August of 2021, court orders reinstatement. Federal courts ruled Biden suspension violated Administrative Procedure Act. And then in December 21 through August 2022, the reluctant reinstatement under court order, only 7,505 enrolled before Supreme Court allows Biden to end it. So the order to end it was actually wrong. And then finally, Biden was allowed to end it. I don't see why, Trump could start something and then Biden couldn't end it. If Trump can do it unilaterally, Biden can do it unilaterally. And that's one of the problems that we have when we're talking about handling things just by executive authority and not by legislation, is that everything becomes temporary. And that just the next president can just change everything. This was actually why, believe it or not, we have 6-year Senate term, is to keep things from being oscillating. That's why the Congress is supposed to pass the laws and set the laws. But that's why they wanted stability in the government and not having like this oscillating president determining everything is different every 4 years. And I think that there's been issues from both sides going back to Eisenhower, where actually even FDR, the gradual, the executive branch has been eating the responsibilities of the legislative branch for 100 years now. Why it matters, policy versus law, because MPP was a policy, not a law. It could be and was ended by executive action. It's subject to court challenges. On procedural grounds, future presidents can reinstate it or modify it. It doesn't create permanent legal precedent. And what we need is a change in the law. We need a change in the law, and we can't even have the discussion about changing the law until we actually have a discussion about what is the law. So the first safe country myth, it's a common misconception. Asylum seekers must apply in the first safe country they reach. This is false. It is not the U.S. law, not in international law, and not in the UN Refugee Convention. This is just something that somehow, I don't know where it came from or who made it up, but it's just not a thing. And it's like, saying, where do you get your, probably got people going to be complaining about that, but it's not a thing. Show me in the law where it says first safe nation. It doesn't exist. What international law actually says. According to the 1951 UN Refugee Convention, there is nothing in the 1951 Refugee Convention which requires an asylum seeker to lodge a claim for asylum in the first or any country that they may pass through on their way to the country in which they eventually make a claim for asylum. That's Dr. Sarah Singer, senior lecturer in refugee law, University of London. I'm sure she doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's a crazy liberal on MSNBC or something as far as you're concerned. But I tend to believe people that actually are experts in fields. Safe third country agreements, how they actually work. There is something called a safe third country. Some countries have bilateral agreements requiring asylum seekers to apply in the first safe country. These require mutual agreements between the two countries, specific criteria designating a country as safe, a legal frameworks for returns and processing, ongoing review of safety conditions. Currently, U.S. safe third country agreements. Canada, only designated safe third country. Since 2004, expanded in 2023. Mexico, no safe third country agreement, though MPP was effectively similar. But that has been discontinued. It was discontinued by Biden and the president of Mexico currently. Neither Mexico doesn't want that anymore. You have to have a bilateral agreement. That means Mexico has to agree to it. Central America, Trump era agreements expired and not renewed, and they're not safe. So why people think it's a law, the confusion arises from EU's Dublin regulation required asylum claims in the first EU country entered, but this was EU law, not international law, and UK left this system with Brexit. Political rhetoric, politicians claiming asylum seekers should stay in the first safe country. MPP policy made it seem like law when it was just a policy, and misunderstanding of firm resettlement bar. This only applies if a person was actually settled residency status in another country, not just passed through. And, just to point out, Mexico is really, really bad for asylum seekers. I think over 50% of them. Let me check on this. Okay. There is a there's a huge percentage of asylum seekers that are victims of crimes in Mexico. All right, and then I'll come back and I'll look at the comments, which I know I'm way behind on that now. 41% of MPP enrollees surveyed in 22 reported being victims of violence in Mexico. And only like 9% of those crimes ever get solved. So, just in case anybody wants to talk about that. I'm an independent, have a left and right. I have a left and a right. There's people to the left of me and people to the right of me. And why don't you like watching the truth go? And yet you don't like watching the truth. Go watch all the videos about the left. Then look at the right. You'll see how. Okay, yeah, that's not even a legitimate sentence. I am a legal immigrant, and I felt disrespected when someone doesn't see the difference. But okay, we're not talking about the difference between. I don't know how you're feeling disrespected right now. I'm actually talking about the difference between legal and illegal. Okay, so anybody actually want to talk about something that I just was talking about? I've been sent to a third world country. Couldn't believe how bad. Oh man, that's funny. You even hate Jews and you like Quran book fake good. Man, do you just like shout random words into your phone? I've lived in a third country, and being in the middle of both sides. Did you? Do you? I'm sorry, Watchman. Could you like proofread your comments? Because I mean, it's not that I'm not trying to be. Do you not know the left built check points to see who is right or not? And that's the less bleepy evil thing you left have done. The Antifa has did so much bad that you joined to their bullcrap. I don't even know. Like, I honestly can't decipher what you're trying to get at. Okay, so build checkpoints to see who is right or not. I don't know what right or not means. I don't know what checkpoint means. I don't know what Antifa has to do with anything. Anyway, I have no idea what you're talking about. No, none of the comments were about. Thank you for telling me, so they shouldn't be. I should just leave that comment up there for the rest of the show. Maybe not, but yeah, it feels like gee, nobody seems to. Anyway, maybe I should just talk about like episodes of Seinfeld or something. But I'll continue. I will march on. I will soldier on. So what about Title 42, the public health order that wasn't about public health? All right. So what is Title 42? There were three terms often used interchangeably in political rec, but they mean very different things. Understanding the distinction is essential for evaluating claims about the border policy. So this is another one of those things where words matter. The first thing we want to do is distinguish between what are encounters, what are deportations and removals, and what are expulsions. Because all these things get jumbled together, and it's part of the reason that the numbers under Biden look bigger than they really are. So any interaction with the Border Patrol is called an encounter. This includes people who present themselves for asylum. It includes people apprehended crossing illegally. It includes people processed and released. It includes people expelled or deported, which are these two things. And we'll get into why, especially the expulsions, really matters. So there's something called Title 8 and there's something called Title 42. These are different ways of treating immigrants at different times. With under Title 8, that's the traditional way, right? And that's you come over and you either get removed or you enter into asylum proceedings. Okay. And you get like a one-time shot at that. And there's something called expedited removals. There was a lot of talk about due process a while back, and there's something called expedited. If you're here for more than 2 years, you're entitled to due process. But if you're not entitled to due process. They're actually still entitled to due process. It's just the process is you get deported. But due process still requires like certain things. Court proceedings or expedited removal with hearing rights, formal removal order on record. And so once you get removed, then this is really important. Once you get removed, you can't come back over here for a 5 to 10 year. You get a 5 to 10 year reentry ban. You can't try again. There's no more at bats for you for another 5 to 10 years. And this is what one of the commenters mentioned. There's criminal penalties if they return. The first time you come over, it's a misdemeanor, but you try again, and then it's a crime. Permanent immigration record starts on you, and this has only 7% of people who are removed or deported try again. There's a very low recidivism rate. The expulsions, though, under Title 42, it was decided that we were just gonna kind of shut everything down, and so people could come over here and they could say, and they could be denied entry, and then they just go back across the border, and they wait, and they come back the next day, and then they come back the next day. You don't have to wait 5 to 10 years. And so let's say that you've got Juan comes over here one time and they tell him no. And then he comes over here the next day and they tell him no. And then he comes over here the third day and they tell him no. And he does this again and again and again for like 2 straight weeks. Okay. And he gives up and he goes, he stops trying. Okay. So that would count as 14 encounters. and it would count as 14 expulsions. But when you're looking at some of these numbers where they're using encounters to show how many people crossed the border illegally under Biden, and what a terrible thing it was, that 14 encounters resulted in one being over here 0 times. So we can't look at an encounter and just from that assume that means that those people are over here. And so when you see these numbers around 20 million, that number is encounters. That number is not people that actually crossed over. Okay. So misleading claim, Biden has low deportation numbers. Then this is the other thing. So if you are denied entry on Title 42, it's an expulsion. But if you're deported, then that's under Title 8. So you didn't have Title 8 in effect when you had Title 42 in effect. And so for the first 2 or 3 years of his presidency, Title 42 was in effect. That means there weren't deportations because Title 42 was in effect. Technically true, but misleading. Biden used Title 42 expulsions instead of formal deportations for 28 months, expelling 1.9 million people. When you count expulsions plus deportations, enforcement was actually quite high. Why the numbers look different? Obama, 3 million formal Title 8 removals with legal consequences. Biden, 1.9 million Title 42 expulsions plus additional Title 8 removals. Claiming low deportations ignores that Biden expelled millions under Title 42. Misleading the claim number 2. Record Biden encounters equals open borders. Encounters were inflated by Title 42's revolving door because people could keep coming back over and over and over. Because expulsions had no legal consequences, the same people tried multiple times. Each attempt counted as a new encounter. If one person is expelled 3 times under Title 42, that's counted as 3 times, but it's still just one person, and he's never gotten past the border at all. When Title 42 ended and real Title 8 consequences returned, encounters dropped from 10,000 a day to 4,100 a day because people stopped trying multiple times because they couldn't. Misleading claim number 3, using terms interchangeably. There were 2.4 million encounters in fiscal year 2023, but Biden only deported 142,000 people. He's letting everyone in. What's wrong with this? Ignores the 1 million Title 42 expulsions that year, not counted as deportation. Ignores that any encounters are the same people trying multiple times. Conflates different processes to make enforcement seem weaker than it was, including, and this is the deal breaker, is asylum. Joe Biden accepted people's right to seek asylum. So let's look at 2023, which I think was the highest numbers. There were 2,475,669 encounters. There were about 1 million expulsions, expelled without process between January and May, before Title 42 ended. Title 8 removals, there were 142,000. Then there were 750,000 that were released on asylum parole. And then 200,000 that were turned back at the border, and there's 670,000 gotaways detected but not not apprehended. So now, let me go back to the. Let's see if we've got any intelligent comments. Red State, Texas says. Yeah, this is a very good question. Why of all the states, like when I think of undocumented immigrants, the country that, or the state that comes to mind, that comes roaring to the front of my mind, is not Minnesota. And I'm guessing that a lot of the undocumented migrants in Minnesota are on those the rate that 40% overstayed visas are probably more, a little higher. I think there's probably a greater chance that you're going to have Canadians among that, more than most states, considering there's this like whole border with Canada. I don't know what Antifa has to do with this. Somebody's arguing about Antifa. Oh, because, yeah. In case people forget, we are 40 trillion in the hole. We don't have money to spend. Like, honestly, the national debt is one of the best reasons to have immigration reform. The immigrants that are here working illegally are currently adding to their net plus on the federal budget. I don't know what that means. I see a lot of made up stuff. Yeah, but it's like going up fast too, the national debt. Always. When I think here's a fun fact for you. I want to make sure I'm remembering this correctly. You know what the national debt was when Carter left office? It was less than $1 trillion. It was just under $1 trillion. Look, if there's actually, you know what? I should put this up here too if anybody wants to do this. I'm gonna. So you can call and leave a voicemail if you want, and I can play that. I forget about this. I set this up and then I forgot to use it. So anybody wants to call and just leave a voicemail, I can play that. Okay. So there's a number for you. And then if you want to be on camera and have a discussion, there's a link in the description, a StreamYard link. Go back to the terrorist group. I don't know what you're talking about, Quran. I don't know what any of that. I'm a Christian, dude. I spent 15 years as a minister. Bro, trying to fight that Biden didn't do anything for the border. What do you? I don't understand your argument. I don't know what. I don't know. 40 trillion and some of that, here's a question for you. You know what person has received more money from the American government than any other person in history? I'll see if anybody knows the answer to that. What individual has gotten more money from the U.S. government than any person in history? I dare him to say what I said is not true because you can check it for yourself. There's a ton of videos proving you are acting like Nazis left Timu. I don't know what you're saying, dude. Honestly, I have no idea what you're saying. I get paid $40 an hour to connect you bleeps to the internet. Hey, I'd like to hear more about that. They can self-deport, and if they need a ride, I'll drive them, baby. Okay. I can check what about the American citizens though what about the people that are here legally? Anyway, We're not talking about that. So good. All right. Thank you. Woo! Somebody actually paid attention to what I was saying. All right. I feel better now. Like, oh, you just brightened up my entire day with that comment. Joseph is angry chronically online and still has to bring up one good point. I don't know. Texas and Florida. Actually, no. I think the Minnesota population, I think it's 1.5% of Minnesota is illegal immigrants. They actually have one of the lower percentages in the country. So, yeah, I mean, like, actually, make sure you're correct when you say facts. Okay, I can double check on that and just make sure. Let's just look at it this way. Which states have the highest? Oh, I don't think. I wonder. I think there might not be an official. Okay, Florida has the highest percentage of unauthorized immigrants among its total population at 7.1%, followed by Nevada at 6.9%, Texas at 6.7%, and New Jersey at 6.5%. California, which has the largest number, comes in around 7 or 8%. Fewer than 1% in Maine, Mississippi, Montana, and West Virginia. And in Minnesota, it was 1.5%. So you're just objectively wrong on that. Elon himself has received his most. His companies have. Well, I mean, it's his companies. So it's kind of a distinction without a difference. But yeah, but the answer is Elon Musk. I mean, like, and that's like saying, anyway. Geez, I wonder why the southern states have the most. Or because the southern states are the ones that border Mexico, the southern border. I mean, you think this is really just something that magically happened under Biden? Thank you. All right, so actually, we're not talking about that. I'm not even really talking about Trump at all. I'm trying to talk about what the immigration, why we have immigration problems, and what the actual reality is regarding it. Okay. So the thing about the difference between Title VIII and Title 42 is recidivism. Is it recidivism? So it's a much higher rate of 27% versus 7% overall, and 49% for Mexican Central Americans in May. Like, you have people routinely coming over here because there weren't any consequences for it. It reduced asylum filings by 56%. Massive court backlog. There were 2.1 million cases by January 2023. 856,000 asylum cases pending when Title 42 ended. So what happened is all these asylum cases that weren't getting heard to be granted entry, they just backlogged. They just got bigger and bigger. And it started under Trump and it continued through Biden until Biden ended Title 42, and they were just backing up. So you had actually more asylum cases on the Mexico side of the border between the remain in Mexico and between Title 42, which kind of more or less ended remain in Mexico, you had this big backlog, this big bottleneck of asylum cases that were all stacked up in Mexico. And then they all kind of came over at one time. And that's why now you have this big influx of asylum cases. And that's why I say you still have to obey the law. Like there's actual laws that matter. And we'll get into how this actually played into the cartel's hands and why we got all those gotaways and why we need this. And that we'll get into why we need to really address the issue and look at the issue instead of trying to place blame on people. But the public health pretense is that the CDC's own experts rejected it. The policy was scientifically baseless. CDC's career scientists said expelling migrants wouldn't prevent the COVID spread. There was already, we were already the worst in the world. Implemented over objections of CDC epidemiologists, Americans could travel safely across the same border. So we could go to Mexico and not have to worry about it. But if they came over here, then we had to worry. I mean, it was just dumb. And it was dumb under Trump and it was dumb under Biden. And Biden made a campaign promise he would eliminate Title 42, but he kept it for 28 months. And I criticize Biden for that. People say, oh, you were okay when Biden did it. No, I wasn't. And 2 senior officials, they also weren't cool with it because they resigned. And Republican states sued to keep Title 42 when Biden tried ending it. Finally, it ended in May of 2023. Encounters dropped dramatically because now there were consequences. And so they went from 10,000 a day to 4,100 a day in the first week after ending, and it continued to fall from that. I don't know if you know this, but 67% of the decline from 2024 to 2025 happened under Biden. Like the numbers were already falling before Trump became president. Title 42 matters because it inflated encounter numbers by allowing unlimited retry attempts. It wasn't open borders. It was a mass expulsion without processing. It prevented asylum claims for people with legitimate persecution fears. When it ended, encounters actually decreased because real consequences returned. It shows how policy design matters more than raw enforcement. So now let's talk about the Biden numbers. And was it open borders? Let's talk about what the actual numbers actually say. These are the actual official numbers. These are not the made up numbers from Donald Trump. These are the real numbers. Okay, but what is closing our border? Like part of fixing it, Skull Crusher, is to stop using words that mean nothing, like open borders and closed borders, or ship out all the illegals. Like this is a lack of understanding. This is what you're saying is why I'm trying to have this conversation right now, where we discuss what the actual details are, instead of just screaming open borders, closed borders, illegals. Okay. So Biden had influence over borders. Yes. No, I am saying that most of the decline in 2025 actually started in 2024. They talk about like year over year. So they're talking about like March to March. Well, from March to January, Joe Biden was president. The decline started before Donald Trump became president. It was after the bill that was supposed to address some of this had passed. You can feel free to go ahead and do that and tell me what they are, but there's like that's not necessarily a correlation. Even if there was something different, I would argue that, you know, there's probably more than one reason that federal funding, that welfare programs probably went up. And a lot of them might have to do with the epidemic and the pandemic. And none of it has to do with illegal immigrants, because illegal immigrants don't get welfare. No, we didn't. Nobody criticized Texas for protecting its southern border. People criticize Texas, Greg Abbott, for putting, like, trying to kill people. Oh, you have looked it up. Well, then tell me what the numbers are and tell me what the correlate. Tell me, and forget it. Like, shit, you like, oh, this is one of the things that they love to do. Oh, look this up. And then, like, I have to go and do your research for you. I don't just have to do mine. Now I have to do your research too. All right, dude, I've been going, or the guy says, how are they eating if they aren't getting welfare? I just went through that. I don't know what you're talking. I mean, some of this stuff, I don't know how much weirdness to engage with. No one pays the ER bill who is here illegal. That's not welfare, dude. and the money, anyway. I don't even like that. There's just, I'm trying to not get distracted by these, like, talking points. Yes, there you go. Leave a voicemail about all of this information. It's right. The number's right there. It's on the banner scrolling across the bottom. Feel free to leave a voicemail, but please don't swear. That's the only thing. This is a monetized program, and I, you know, it'll show me the text message of your email, and I promise, as long as you're not swearing in it, I will show that. I'll play it. I live in Texas, and my dad worked at the Fed pen in Del Rio. I have on-ground info. How about it wasn't it? Okay, sure. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I really don't know what you're talking about. And I mean, I'm not talking about, like, your secondhand experience through your dad, who probably has your same political leanings. This has nothing to do with that. Nothing I've said is remotely connected to what your dad does. He did not, like, order the ancient. So actually, I might be able to get to what you're talking about. I might be connected. And I'll get to that in a minute. Let me go through. So the Biden border surge, was it open borders? The open border narrative versus reality. Biden kept 42 max expulsions for 28 months, reported record numbers, and encounters actually dropped when stricter Title VIII enforcement returned. So 2019, we go back to our 2000, there were about 977,509 border encounters, and 2019. There were about half that in 2020 when we had the pandemic. Once we started getting the vaccines and things started to return to normal, then we started picking up numbers. This was during Title 42. So when you see 1,734,686 encounters, that does not equate to 1,734,686 people. And it doesn't equate to 1,734,686 people gaining entry. So, and that doesn't encounter the Gotaways, because they weren't encountered. That's why they got away. Okay. So then in fiscal year 2022, it was 2,378,944, peak under Title 42. And then 2023, it went down to 2,475,699, or it went up. That was the peak. Title 42 ended in May, and then in 2024, it started to go down. So who actually crossed? Composition of the 2021 surge. Contrary to popular perceptions, families were not the main driver. Single adults doubled from 2019 levels and drove overall increase. Family unit members were similar to 2019. So a lot of these people were single adults, and you'd hear all this stuff about, fighting age males, or, which I never liked that, because it just assumed anybody that was between 18 and 50 was coming over here to kill people. Like, not everybody that is fighting age is looking out, is a cartel member. Single adults doubled from 2019. Main driver of overall surge, higher expulsion rates than families. Family units, similar to 2019, not the primary surge group, released at higher rates than single adults. And we'll get into this in a minute. This is actually what I learned this by doing this research, and I really found this interesting. And unaccompanied children, there were a significant spike, 19,000 in March 2021 versus previous highs in 2019. Biden stopped expelling them under Title 42. So the surge began in 2020 under Trump, then accelerated when Biden took office. April was the pandemic low. Encounters hit historic low, but due to COVID-19 pandemic and Title 42. By the summer, they started climbing under Trump as economies reopen. January 2021, Biden takes office, surge accelerates. Biden stops expelling unaccompanied children, processes MPP enrollees. In 2021 to 2023, there's record numbers. So nobody's denying that there were record numbers of encounters under Biden. So why the surge? Why all of a sudden were all these people coming over? It's not open borders. Pandemic recovery effect, pent-up demand from COVID closures. So you had all these people backpiling it was like just overflow. Pent-up demand from COVID closures, economic devastation in Central America from the pandemic. And that's the other thing, is it wasn't just that you had people backpiling on the Mexican side of the border because they couldn't get through. You also had more people leaving Central America and these other countries because the pandemic hit those countries too. And so these other countries that were already bad off became worse off. And so people were leaving for their own safety and, to eat. Okay. So it was like the hose was up. It's like when you pinch the edge of a hose and turn up the water at the same time. Title 42's perverse incentives. No legal consequences equals unlimited attempts, 27% recidivism in 2021, 49% for some nationalities by 2022. Same people crossing multiple times could be counted as separate encounters. So that's the thing I was talking about with Juan comes over 10 times, he stays over 0 times. Republicans make it sound like he's over here 10 times. Climate and violence in origin countries. So you had the hurricanes on top of the pandemics. You had all the violence from the cartels that everybody, everybody wants to say, oh, the cartels are so bad. But then they also want to pretend like nobody would want to run from those cartels. Gang violence in the Northern Triangle countries and political instability in places like Haiti, Venezuela. Everybody doesn't like Maduro. Yeah, we have all, but do those Venezuelans that were seeking asylum, were they genuinely seeking asylum? Smuggler networks. So this is what happened. And I think this is the part, like, whether you agree with anything I ever say or not, you will find this interesting. And it's nothing to do with politics. It actually has to do with the cartels knew what the hell they were doing. And this goes into explaining why there were so many gotaways. Because what happened is you had all these families and genuine asylum seekers that were bottlenecked. Okay. And the cartels were kind of running the show on the Mexico side of the border. And what they would do is they'd get people like their own people that they wanted to smuggle across. All right. What they weren't doing is what people have tried to speculate. Like some people have tried to suggest that they're trying to hide in among the asylum seekers or something. No. That is not what they were doing. They were the Gotaways. But what happened is Border Patrol was already understaffed, and it got hit harder by the pandemic. Like the numbers declined, and they didn't have enough Border Patrol agents as it was. So some of these cartel leaders, they're not stupid people. They figured out what was going on. And so they would release these families of genuine asylum seekers and, like the single women and all of that, all the ones that weren't fighting age men. And they would release them to go through at the same time. And they would flood certain ports of entry. And there would be so many that the Border Patrol would have to, be relocated, because they also had the understaffing of the Border Patrol agents. So these Border Patrol agents would have to come over to the ports of entry. Then that would leave the parts that they were supposed to be patrolling open. And then the cartels would send the baddies through those entries while the Border Patrol was distracted and trying to process all the asylum victims or all the asylum seekers. And that's how you got so many of the Gotaways. Is there just wasn't enough Border Patrol agents to process all the asylum seekers and actually patrol the border. So one of the keys, like one of the most important things, and at least this is in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, we need more Border Patrol agents, more than we need more ICE agents. Like if we don't let people across, if we prevent them from getting across, we don't need to send ICE all over the country trying to grab people. So that's like pretty important. The worst of the worst were the ones getting through as a result of this asylum backlog. So that's not so much open borders as it is, I don't even know what to call it. It just being like cartels exploiting the system. You had all these years of actual asylum seekers getting backed up, and then that allowed all these gotaways to happen. Has anybody got anything to say about that? Just wondering. The Federation for American Immigration, the total federal. Yeah, I that is, I've looked at that, and there's a lot of like, that group, the fair, is just, I don't respect their, I don't want to go into a big whole thing, but that's bogus. Like that's just basically bogus. Like a lot of other immigration studies are, including the Congressional Budget Office, have completely different viewpoints. So you're fine to agree with that. I'm fine to disagree with it. We can agree to disagree on that, but yeah, it's not true according to the Congressional Budget Office disagrees with that, and Stephen Miller agrees with it. The right will never admit that the numbers were failing at the border by the end of Biden's presidency. We're falling at the border, yeah, and they were. Okay, yeah. I don't know how many times you're gonna. Okay, let's talk about the border wall. Okay, first of all, we've been through the Remain in Mexico and why I don't think that's a mistake. You can say it's a mistake. I think it's humane. I think it's honoring what the whole point of asylum is in the first place. And not only that, it's not even a unilateral thing. Mexico also has to agree with it, and Mexico no longer wants it. But the border wall, let's talk about the border wall. The border wall, even while Trump was president, was being cut through like thousands of times. I was looking at the exact numbers, but it was about like literally like over 1,000 times a year, like 3 or 4 times a day. It's like you could just defeat the thing with a hacksaw. The border wall was like not effective. So, and there was like one part of it that like just blew over in a flood. Like the thing was not where the whole idea was always stupid. But now he's doing it again, and it's still just as stupid. We'll get into it in a minute. What I think is actually effective are like the cameras, the ground sensors, having more border patrol, having more asylum officers, having people that can process asylum seekers. There are things we can do to secure the border, but a big stupid wall isn't one of them. I don't know what. Okay. Yeah, I already commented on that several, or at least once. I just disagree with it. I know that the Federation for American Immigration Reform says that their methodology is deeply flawed, and as I said, the Congressional Budget Office also disagrees with it. There's all kinds of immigration societies that disagree with it. This is like quoting crime statistics from the Klan. Yes, I'm just now getting to it, dude, but I'm not just ignoring it. I'm responding to it, and I'm pointing out that it's like it's like that group is extremely biased and their methodology sucks. And the Congressional Budget Office. I'm not talking about some liberal left-wing group. I'm talking about the Congressional Budget Office disagrees. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not mad. Do you I don't even know what, like, obviously I'm not making up this because I've got a whole dashboard that I created and spent hours creating, doing research. So the photo of a front end loader lifting up a fence from the American side to no. Wait, why do you have a Round Rock area code? I mean, it makes sense. Most of the states that live in the area are... Well, I actually live in that area. But this isn't my personal phone number. This is a Google phone. But my personal number is a 512 number. I live in Elgin. I live about 20 miles outside of Austin on the Houston side of Austin. Round Rock's like about a 15-minute drive. Okay. So we've got a lot of just the same kind of ignorant blather that I was... International asylum law says when you flee your country. No, I actually covered that. I don't know if you were here. The international law does not say that. There is no such international law. That I mean, I covered that already. If it wasn't, why did you have a problem? Because putting up razor wire isn't the only possible explanation or only possible thing they can do. Like, I have a problem with false dichotomies, and that's a false dichotomy. Don't tell me that there's only this way and anything that is otherwise is like, no, I'm sorry. Some of us believe there might be more than two possible ways of looking at something. Biden, no, he didn't open the border at all. And okay, I'm trying to go through did you not, do you know that, oh, now we're getting into trans. Then congressional, no, it didn't. It doesn't say that. It says that it's emergency room spending on, I'm pretty sure it's uninsured people, period. And $27 billion over 7 years. And that's not counting the money that comes in from illegal immigrants. Like, you realize that illegal immigrant, like, I covered this already. I talked about this already, but anyway, and I'll talk about it more later. So I've got things on this. We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about the actual, why the numbers are misunderstood about Biden. I've got, just hold on to your little tiny horses, and I will cover the financial side of illegal immigration. Probably is going to end up being tomorrow because we're already at 3.5 hours, and that's like a whole other thing. But I'm going to talk about the federal budget and their impact on the federal budget, and I'm going to go through all the details and facts on that. And since it'll be tomorrow, I'll even include some kind of research on your little study that you want to talk about. And then I'm also going to talk about whether or not this housing thing is real. And I'm also going to talk about their employment, the impact on employment. And we'll talk about all of that. But right now I'm trying to talk about this. Stay focused. Stay focused. I don't know if you're possible for you to do that, but try and stay focused. We're talking about something else right now. So let's talk about the Gotaways under Biden, the consequences of being overwhelmed. Gotaways are people detected by surveillance cameras, sensors, crossing the border but not apprehended. They're different from people who cross completely undetected. These are people Border Patrol saw but couldn't intercept. So from 2010 to 2020, there was a total of about 1.4 million Gotaways out of 5 million encounters. And then in 2021, there were 387. And then in fiscal year 2022, there were 606,000. And in fiscal year 2023, there were 670,000. And from 2021 to 2023, there were more in the Biden administration than in the previous 10 years combined. That is, like, if you want to hang a number on him, that's the one, that the Gotaway numbers went up. But it was still only 1.6 million. It wasn't 20 million. But why did they go up? Can we have like a real discussion about why? So 2 million Gotaways, which basically is more than the previous decade. This is what is called task saturation, critical point. Gotaways increased because Border Patrol is overwhelmed processing the surge of families and asylum seekers. When agents are doing paperwork, they can't patrol. Up to 60% of agents were diverted from patrol to processing, transport, paperwork, caring for families. So the one guy who was saying that your dad is a Border Patrol agent, he can tell you about how terrible things were under Biden, this might be what he's talking about. But this is Biden trying to follow the asylum laws instead of just denying their existence. This was not a policy problem. This was a manpower problem. 88% of border stations are understaffed, according to a 2023 audit, and 19,000 actual agents versus 22,000 congressional target. And, now I think, what was it? 3,000 more. I think we're in the one big beautiful bill. I think this is one of the real places that if you want to solve the immigration crisis, we need more Border Patrol agents. It's not about taking away the human right to seek asylum. It's about finding more Border Patrol agents so that cartels aren't gaming the system by sending genuine asylum seekers through at the same time so that they can sneak through in another area at the same time. So cartel tasks, saturation tactics. Cartels deliberately used asylum seekers as diversions. Strategy: direct large groups of families, children to one location. Result: Border Patrol pulls agents from patrol to process them. Exploitation: cartels move drugs, criminals, and single adult gotaways through unguarded sections. Del Rio example, 2021, 15,000 Haitian migrants directed to a single location. Administration officials confirmed this was a coordinated cartel effort to clear the trade corridors. So they sent 15,000 Haitian migrants to all go through the same port of entry at the same time. And this like watershed requires getting more Border Patrol agents to process them. Then while those Border Patrol agents are processing them, the cartel agents seek the baddies through. So who are the gotaways? Majority are single military-age men working for smuggling organizations, deliberately evading apprehension, unlike families seeking asylum who present themselves. That's the thing. Asylum seekers go and they say, hey, I would like to seek asylum. They're not trying to sneak past and get caught. They're deliberately evading apprehension. They're often carrying drug loads, multiple prior, they're not like in boats. They're often carrying drug loads. There are multiple prior deportations. Why they avoid apprehension, and they're exploiting gaps when agents are processing families. So regardless of your feelings on Trump or Biden, you can see how this system is getting manipulated and why we need more Border Patrol agents. And then what makes it worse is we have a system in disarray. 30% of 30% of border cameras, 150 out of 500 total, are broken as of October 2024. Ground sensors are susceptible to false positives, require battery replacement. They're easily vandalized. We have outdated equipment, FAA unable to meet maintenance demand. Result: gotaway numbers unlikely underreported because some areas are not visible. And that is true under Biden, and that is true under Trump. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act is addressing some money to do some things like this. And so did the bill that Trump killed. So at least this part is being taken care of. So to the credit for the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, including this in there and including the Border Patrol agents in there, but it doesn't include things like asylum officers and immigration judges that take care of the asylum process, which is all connected to this, because they're sending those asylum processors through, asylum seekers through to trigger those gaps. So we need to address the whole problem, not just part of the problem. At least they're addressing part of the problem. And the biggest problem is not the illegal immigrants running around. The biggest problem is they're able to get in. And they're not getting in because Biden let them in. The people that Biden let in are the asylum seekers, and they're here legally. That's why I keep going back to, we need to understand what the words are and what they mean. The people that snuck in Biden did not let in. That's why they snuck in, because they wouldn't be let in. Please, use words, use honesty. The problem: hiring challenges. Only 1.8% of applicants complete training. Attrition outpaced hiring since 2021. Harsh conditions, low pay, high turnover, suicide rates. Obama, Trump, and Biden all failed to increase staffing. So Trump too. I guess, I don't know. I mean, we got the gravy seals coming. The solution that was killed: 2024 bipartisan bill would have added 1,500 Border Patrol agents, 4,300 asylum officers, 1,200 ICE employees, 100 immigration judges, and $20 billion for staffing expansion. Trump urged Senate Republicans to kill it, and they did. The absurdity, political will exists to hire ICE agents for deportations, but not to hire Border Patrol agents to prevent illegal crossing, hire asylum officers for faster processing, fix broken cameras, hire immigration judges. This creates the crisis requiring expensive interior enforcement rather than preventing it at the border. So they're addressing some of that in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, but they haven't addressed all of it, and they definitely need more asylum officers and immigration judges if we're ever going to really solve the immigration problem. Gotaways aren't evidence of open borders. They're evidence of one, chronic understaffing that 3 presidents failed to fix. Or 4 or 5. I'd say this 6. This goes all the way, this goes back decades. Failed infrastructure, broken cameras, faulty centers, cartel exploitation of task saturation. I mean, some of it, I don't want to sound stupid, like some of these people that run the cartels are not stupid. Some of them are smart people, and they see and they strategize, especially the ones that are, they're not honest. They're not good people, but they're not stupid people either. Volume overwhelming system designed for lower numbers, and a policy choice to fund ICE over Border Patrol. So let's just talk about, we'll talk real quick about a little bit more. Let me go back here and look at some, I'll look at some comments, and I'll look at the last thing about the immigration bill that Trump killed, and then we'll wrap up, and then I'll talk about the financial side of immigration tomorrow. Borders were bought here? I don't even know what that means. I'm sorry. Sometimes I genuinely have no idea what people mean. Borders were brought here. The borders are the exact same place they've been. We'll talk about the financial side tomorrow. But undocumented migrants do spend money, and when they spend money, they pay state taxes just the same as everybody else. The sales taxes they pay still pay for the state stuff. Open borders are awesome, and yeah, we're just, hey. A 60-year-old man scaled the border wall by himself with no tools. Yeah. I mean, the border wall is really just not effective. Some of these things are I don't even understand some of these arguments. If you didn't have razor wires wouldn't be an issue. I did about a year and a half ago. Klan as Democrats have always been. Jefferson. Oh, goodness. Like that. I mean, how am I supposed to treat you as an honest person when you say, start going on about Democrats and the Klan? Yes, the Democrats supported the Klan back 100 years ago, but it's 100 years later. Some things have changed. Yeah, First Safe Nation was just policy, not a law. Exactly. And I mean, the safe there's the third safe nation, which is not like the third nation you come to, but if 2 nations agree, then you can, have have people sent there for a, amnesty, or for an asylum claim. And the only nation we currently have that agreement with is Canada. But we had an agreement with Mexico, but the Biden ended that, and the new president doesn't want one. So Mexico has a say in whether or not that's the case too. And also, Mexico is just fundamentally not safe for asylum seekers. You don't get to dictate how another state protects it. Okay. I live in Texas. So I do get a say in how my state acts. Oh, did I get way behind? Oh. You are more like a Nazi, and now my proof is all the left and right videos you see. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what makes me a Nazi. Does disagreeing with you make me a Nazi? So what are we doing about the tunnels, boats, planes, cars, etc., that bring undocumented migrants into this country? I don't know. What are we doing? Do you know where they are? Like this most of the immigrants that most of the undocumented immigrants that come over illegally come through the open borders, or come through the ports of entry. The one I don't know what you're talking about. And do you think that, like, if there's these mystery tunnels, boats, planes, cars, etc., that bring undocumented immigrants into this country, and we don't know about it, like there's somehow, like we didn't know they were about them under Biden, and now we suddenly miraculously know about them under Trump? If there's these ways that we don't know about under 20, why did we all of a sudden know about them the day Trump got elected? I have no interest in debating with you whether or not I'm a fascist. I don't know why you keep talking about Beto O'Rourke. I like Beto O'Rourke, but I don't work for him. Okay. Okay. So lots of insults, lots of insults. Does anybody have anything intelligent to say? Democrats would win always and forevermore if they stayed somewhat consistent on even one issue instead of being the opposite. The the Democrats existed before Trump ever ran for office, and everything we say is not actually in reaction to Trump, but Trump is the president, and so yeah. It's like, did Republicans just sit around ignoring Biden, or did they say a lot of stuff in reaction to Biden? It's such a weird double standard. Anyway, let's go back into this. The bill that was Trump was killed. This was actually Trump reacting to Biden. In early 2024, a bipartisan group of senators, including one of the most conservative Republicans, James Langford of Oklahoma, negotiated a comprehensive border security and immigration bill. Trump urged Senate Republicans to kill it so Biden wouldn't get a win before the election. They complied. What was in it? Staffing increases, 1,500 new Border Patrol agents, 4,300 asylum officers, which would have meant faster processing, 1,200 ICE employees, 100 immigration judges, a total of $20 billion for personnel. That would have been effective. Asylum policy changes. Emergency authority, closed border when average encounters exceeded 4,000 a day over 7 days. And so they tried to make this out like, like they like he was going to let 4,000 a day in, when encounters exceeded 5,000 a day or 8,500 a week. That was such a, anyway. So if it was 4,000 a day over 7 days, or when it was 5,000 a day or 8,500 a week. So obviously, if it's 8,500 in a week and 4,000 a day over 7 days, then it's going to be closed before it gets to 28,000. Faster processing, more officers to reduce 4 to 7 year wait to months. That's one of the biggest things we need is we need more asylum officers. We need more immigration judges. Higher bar. I think Trump is actually cutting them. Higher bar for initial screening, reasonable probability versus credible fear. I didn't know about that. Limited parole authority, a restrictive executive discretion to release the migrants. So, like, if you, under certain conditions, then maybe I think instead of being released for the parole, they'd be detained until their hearing or something. Technology and infrastructure. They wanted to fix broken cameras and sensors, deploy new detection technology, expand inspection infrastructure at ports of entry. And I think this is like, if you're really worried about open borders and you really want closed borders, get through where the Gotaways are. Get after the Gotaways. Have better detections. Have more cameras. Have more Border Patrol agents. That wasn't a policy. That was something Biden tried to get and was stopped by Donald Trump. This is like relatively recent history. Legal immigration changes, more work visas for some categories. And this is like actual more work visas for some categories. Right now, there's almost no work visas for people that don't have college degrees. And we have this huge, tremendous need for immigrants to do jobs that don't have college degrees. Not because, who's going to pick our cotton or whatever. Not because we're looking for some slave labor, but because we need people to do the job, period. And immigrants are willing to do it. Faster processing for employment-based green cards. Path to citizenship for dreamers, which was rejected by Republicans. So all of this was in this immigration bill. When you have a way for people to come here legally, you have fewer people that try to come here illegally. This was negotiated by Langford, Chris Murphy, and Christian Cinema. She in the sunflower dress. Endorsed by Border Patrol Union, U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I mean, how often are you going to get the Border Patrol Union, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsing the same thing? But Trump said he didn't want it because he, would have been good for Biden in the election. So now he's got in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, another $46.5 billion on the worthless wall that it takes, 5 minutes to conquer. State local enforcement, $17.3 billion to support state and local law enforcement with border operations. DHS reimbursement, $10 billion to reimburse DHS for border security costs. Border Patrol agents and vehicles, $7.8 billion. Hire 3,000 new agents, purchase vehicles. I'm for all of this stuff except for the wall. And detection technology, 6.2 billion cameras, lights, sensors. I'm for all of that. And all of that, except for the state local enforcement. The $15 billion for Border Patrol agents and the 3,000, yeah. They're about the same thing. There was more allocated for agents and less for detection technology versus the previous bill, but it has a lot of both. Here's the thing about the border wall. The border wall can't move. The border wall can't do paperwork. The border wall is just a thing that stands there, and it can get cut open. And it doesn't really do anything. I'd much rather have that money spent on actual people and technology that detects people trying to cross the border. So at least for the most part, though, I have a lot of problems with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, but outside of the stupid wall, I don't have a lot of problems with the immigration portion of this funding, other than it doesn't fund asylum officers or immigration judges. And I think we need to still have a very long and detailed conversation about what our immigration laws are and how we can change them to make them become more effective and benefit the country. Right now, our immigration laws are hurting the country. I'm not talking about illegal versus illegal immigrants. I'm talking about good laws versus bad laws. And when bad laws are hurting our country, it's time to change the laws. So what's missing from OBBB? No asylum officers, 47-year backlog, no immigration judges, 3.7 million case backlog, no processing improvements, system still overwhelmed, no ICE hiring. I think this is a mistake. No legal, there's definitely has ICE crime. So I think Claude missed on that one. No legal immigration expansion, no mechanism to match labor demand. The numbers game, bipartisan bill, 1,500 agents. OBBB, 3,000 agents, but current shortage is 3,000 from the target of 22,000. So I think we need, like, maybe we need pay raises. Maybe we need some of those signing bonuses that are going to ICE. Like, I think we need to shift the focus on ICE to border security. And wall versus technology. Wall is just this passive fixed, already proven ineffective in many areas. Like the wall, if the wall was working, I would be like, okay, but the wall is not helping that much. And it's like literally thousands of times that it has been cut through. And you have to keep spending more money on fixing that. Why not spend that money more efficiently? Why not spend it on people? Why not spend it on technology? Why not spend it on vehicles that can help catch some of these gotaways? Research shows wall and agents about equally cost effective per migrant deterred. So why not make it about agents? Because agents provide flexibility for surges. Wall doesn't. Remember how I was telling you about how the cartel uses this flooding to manipulate the system? You know what? The wall can't come and be reassigned to process paperwork when they're doing that and still have enough wall left to, you know, keep people from crossing. So there's a flexibility involved in personnel that is non-exist with walls. The political irony, Trump killed a bill with more asylum restrictions, emergency closure authority, faster processing, and border patrol hiring, then passed a bill with $46.5 billion for a wall, but no judges, no asylum officers, and no mechanism to process people faster. Result, huge spending on passive infrastructure, continued backlog, same task, saturation problems. So that's what I was, you know, again, the whole thing about the emergency closures and the way that the cartels would swamp these, you know, like send everybody through at the same time so that they could sneak through. That's why you need those emergency closures. These are things that would actually address how the gotaways are happening. So why, you know, like set aside the partisan politics. Like I want fewer gotaways. I want them to be caught. While still being able to, you know, honor people that seek asylum. You know, some of the numbers right now, we still don't know if they're accurate or not because you've got all the, you know, cameras failing and everything. But let's say that it's consistent. Let's say that, you know, that the reason that the numbers have gone down is because the cartel can't game the system the same way that they used to, because Donald Trump isn't requesting asylum anymore. But we're denying a fundamental human right at the you know, we're getting border security at the cost of denying our own humanity as a nation and denying people a human right to seek asylum. So I don't like making that trade-off. I would rather have a secure border and be able to honor the human right to seek asylum. So anyway, that's where I stand on this. See if there's any good comments here. Joe, the expat you're typing is bumping up his algo. So why you here, douchebag? Why do you support gun insurance for law-abiding citizens? What's that going to do to... I don't know where is that. That's what we call a non sequitur. Don't use your real name for a YT name or say what city you live in. Anybody can easily find your address, phone number. I've had it happen before. I had somebody call me actually on my personal cell phone number, tell me they were on their way to lash my throat and rape my wife. What are you going to do? Thing is, it's all started when I was a basketball writer. I started, everything started when I was a basketball writer. And I was actually, using my real name because the same reason that, every other journalist uses their real name. The left, but thanks for your concern. I do appreciate that. Does Trump want to take over Greenland or Iceland? Trump wants to take over the world. All right. So we're top 4 hours. That's about as far as I like to go. There's a list of immigration judges with big solids and Feds group. You got it. All right, guys. I think that's enough for me now. I do appreciate everybody for stopping by. I hope we can get better at having real conversations. I notice there's some people like Skull Crusher right there who's for some reasons feels the need to put in my address, but I don't know what you mean by your shadow banned. I don't know why you need to put my address in the comments, but I honestly, I don't think that somebody's going to come to my house and murder me because I disagreed with them. But if that happens, that happens. All right. So, all right, guys, hope you have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful evening. I hope you, anyway, whatever. My brain's starting to crash out and burn here. I'll talk to you guys later. See you tomorrow.